Hallo? Ja? Ja, ich habe schon was vorbereitet. Wir können ja. Ich habe einen Link erstellt, ich teste gerade. Ich schicke dir den Link. Wenn du willst, du kannst verteilen. Ja. Hallo? Tontes? Hallo?
erzähl immer schmutzige Witze. Ja, alles klar. Dann kann ich ja hier auf Mute gehen.
Good morning, everybody. Yeah, and it's an honor for now into the yeah 15th annual Congress for our FOI program, which is now because we have added two new programs. The medical programs are from aesthetics and also for dental technology. Not all of the participants today personally can also have a streaming on it. I have a team of MI, which is responsible for organization head of the ceremony, where we handle over the so I will say a small applause for this tons of work you do ahead to organize everything in time. Thank you very much. Secondly, if I back to the past, yeah, the age is coming. You see, gray hairs. Personally, be involved in education by the university in undergrad programs, and of course, if you have to deal with implants, you're more or less also involved in the postgraduate programs worldwide, in congresses and so on. And here I have the learning curve that especially in implants, we have very supported and therefore biased education programs by company. Start a new project or a new business, you have to look what is doing in the world competition or what already programs you have, and we are a little bit shocked because it's not only one which is completely independent. And this, if we will start a program completely independent of a third party and a third money. And this is our mantra in the beginning. One of the puzzles, the base of this success story, ambassadors, and this is one of the main points. They inform persons who are also interested to join into the program, because we have small budget for advertising or marketing, because we are 100% state-based university, and so they have no budget for marketing or something else. This is completely not possible. And so now the only one possibility not to get the certificate. You're right, not to get the certificate. Because I tell all my students in the beginning, everybody is able to get the certificate if he's not lazy. So if he work for this, if he do his cases, make the master thesis, attend the lectures, learn a little bit about the written exams, more than 95% are fine, and some percents are not fine because they are never finished get the certificate. But if you look This success means we have also here a lot of freedom, which you find in other programs. A completely independent kind of medical devices or companies or hypes, whatever, because nobody is in. Therefore, every student and every lecturer working with us can add his membranes, his bone minerals, his aesthetic approaches he's familiar with. We don't give him any limitations or restrictions because nobody from the side can say, oh, we don't like that or we don't like this. And this is the point that this program is very to the edge, because every lecturer can teach on the edge of knowledge. And this is, I think, the main point of a master program, that you go really to the edge, some more and more new, that if you know a lot, you recognize you know nothing. Huh? And the next wisdom is that you come into the program kind of knowledge. You're the best. We have a lot of these students which are the alpha persons, yeah, always the boss in the company, in the family, and they think they know everything. Today is the era. Or we should be also open-minded all the time, lifetime learning, that the knowledge of today, what we learn today also from lectures which are really perfectly on the edge, can the era of tomorrow. And this is what we have in all academic fields. And this kind of spirit, I think, is based now without any advertisement and any kind of big budget for marketing. So our marketing students which are apply for this is only a small kind of intersection that we have the next 15 years. And we do everything that this program is not only continuing, that it's always open for improvement. And then the last one, you are the main part of the program, because we don't make the program for us, for the Goethe University, we make the program for the students. And therefore I think the main point in any kind of business, and even post-graduation is a business, we have to listen to the customers. In this case, we have to listen to the students. And therefore it's a must for us to listen to you, what is good, what is bad, where is room for improvement, where you're disappointed, where you complain. And of course we cannot fulfill all your requirements and demands, this is for sure, but we learn every day and we have a lot of inspiration and motivation to be in the next time better. And I think this is also a very important point, that we are already existing now in this shape. Okay, let us celebrate this 15 years anniversary of, and some years, 5 years for the MED, and I'm now finished here on the our really good alumni speakers, meaning they make the a good field of experience. They will prepare in a lot of work to show. And of course we have invited, and one of them is here on the side. It's Markus Trölsch. He is, I think, for some of you an idol, because he can combine both. He's a really, very experienced clinician doing the job on patients every day, and therefore he knows what he says, not only theory. And on the other hand, he's still also a scientist, very critical, reviewing literature, reviewing also treatment concept, because he also published a lot of papers, giving some wave in the all implant community, because He's also more or less very independent from companies, so he has his own strategy straightforward. And therefore, I think because of this, it should be idle because you can combine both. You can work every day very hard in your dental office and you have a very successful one together with his brother, and he's a maxillofacial surgeon. And he's also very active in kind of social points for the getting better. Always try to catch a little bit more members. And last not least, he is of course in the edge of technology, so he is also using dynamic surgical approaches for some time. And because of this character he will not only tell you about the advantages of this new technique, which is really fantastic. We have also restrictions, we have also limitations, and we will also have failure, as always, if you introduce a new approach or a new medical device. So I'm very happy that he has time, because it's really a little bit stressy for him. He comes in the morning, he's doing the lecture and has to go home to the dental office, because it's not easy to get somebody who is replacing him. So Marcus, thank you very much for coming here. We are really eager to hear about this topic here on the screen. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Well, dear Paul, it's always good to be introduced by a role model that I have, which has always been you. Your knowledge and the way you have been practicing implantology in the last years has been outstanding development. So thanks for having me here, and thank you all for coming here and spending time with us. Now, the topic is maybe one of the most foreboring new concepts in and you're free to take pictures as much as you want, but I'll provide you with a link in a second where you will be able to download a PDF of that presentation. I'll finalize that on my way back in the car. I have a driver, and so I will upload it on the weekend. My team will upload it on the weekend because I always do some last minute changes to my lectures. Conflict of interest is important in this case. Why? Because I will be showing products. And furthermore, I will be also pointing out to you which product you're looking at, not to enhance sales, but for you to know what you're seeing. And it's important to know that here and there I receive money from various companies to speak. This is the Green View. Thank you for pointing that out. The initiative we have worldwide for sustainability in medicine. And with Green View is also the download link for the script if you want to have it. The key point is that you just have to register for data purposes, and then you can freely download it. There's no cost involved with that. It's just a safe download space we provide for our materials. So whenever you're ready, I will continue. All right. Now, you all know what that is, right? Google Maps. Everybody of you has used it. Like this. Now please raise your hand who is still navigating using a printed map in everyday situations, or are you using your smartphones with your inbuilt navigation device? Everybody, I think, right? So why aren't we doing the same in dentistry? And there's one sad news about that, and that's one of the core messages I received in the last years. We are eager to apply to advances in technology that make our lives easier. But if it makes somebody else's lives easier, we're not that quick on jumping on it, especially if it needs an upfront time investment, although the digital technologies that I'm going to show you today will lead to you needing less time in the long run and having better results. Now for me, digital and AI are not tools to use because they're digital. That's one reason why I still have issues with intraoral scanning. Intraoral scanning is great, don't get me wrong. But what does intraoral scanning do better than an old-fashioned impression? What exactly does it do better? Yes, there are things in logistics that are need the scanner to begin with, right? Yes, you can redo it easily, but an alginate takes less time than a scan. If you do a full arch impression of 6 implants, what's more precise, the scan or the impregum? Or even the stone impression? It's still there. Digital scanning does not enhance abilities. It's a great technology. I'm not against it. I'm just saying it doesn't widen the scope how we treat. It just replaces an analog model that we had. And that's different with digital implantology. With digital implantology and digital surgery, I will also show that to you. We can actually do things we were not able to do before. And that's why I'm so heavily embracing it. The problem, one of the biggest problems in dentistry, but especially in implantology, is overpromising and underdelivering. This is the field where most dentists get sued in US. And why? Because patients pay a shipload of money and they expect a perfect result, although it might not be attainable in every case. But us promising things we cannot stand up to is something critical. So that's the first take-home message. And the biggest warning, digital technologies do not make us necessarily better surgeons. Right? We cannot overpromise with that. Look to something else. Look into automotive. People cannot imagine what they do not have. We experience that with the car. We experience it with the smartphone. Everybody of you still remembers Nokia, right? Nokia could not imagine a smartphone being a big thing. So where exactly is Nokia now? We cannot imagine what we don't have. And Henry Ford was one of the big geniuses in history that envisioned together with us what automotive can do. And here you see the first, the 10 millionth Ford, so the first on the right, the 10 millionth on the left, but somehow, well, that's a huge development in this, right? But somehow it's not perfect. Okay, so we don't have sound, obviously. This is a BMW advertisement from 20. I hope you can hear it a little bit through my laptop speakers. So it's an official advertisement, you know, like the radio, whatever. I think everybody knows where that spot's hint to, right? Autonomous driving is one of the big things. But the reason why I show it to you is that line here. This demonstration only BMW does not offer self-driving vehicles. This is 2019. Now this ad is from 2023. 4 years later. Oh, that's good. That's not part of the video. That's probably when one of these AI-driven cars crashes into something. Shall I unplug, or what do you want me to do? One moment. I do that with technical devices all around me, which makes it even harder for me to work with digital gadgets because I break them just by my presence. Probably magnets in my head. That's a nice picture. So while the techniques are working on this, what I'm trying to show you is that in this ad, which is from mid last year, BMW demonstrates how in the 7 Series the driver leans back, has the video still running on his screen where you usually have the navigation, right? Leans back, he watches a video where a BMW does some great stunts. Of course, it's BMW on the BMW screen. And all of a sudden another car takes over and his car drives autonomously, reacts on the situation. And truth is, since June 2023, the BMW 7 Series is licensed to fully autonomous driving under 130k, while the driver has the driving seat. And actually my wife has one of these. We have 4 kids, so we have a X7 because that's the only one that has 2 seating rows, right? and I was driving it lately for the first time ever because she never lets me drive. It's her car. And it runs fully autonomous. It's asking me, well, I want to switch lanes. Check over your left shoulder whether it's free, and if you don't do that movement, the camera sees you, well, then it doesn't perform the movement. So actually within 4 years, we go from BMW advertising it but not having it to here we are, here it's happening. So I'll quickly jump over that because I told you the whole story now. So what does digital have to offer? And what is digital at the end of the day? And what do we profit from it? And when we look into digital, where comes the next big player? It's AI. Do we actually have AI in dentistry right now? Usable AI. Where is, for instance, the navigation part? AI? Do we need AI for navigation? Well, I think you all know these things on the internet, right? It's an Instagram find. I really like his skin quality. We all have seen animations before, but what is new is that you give a picture, a text, and the AI makes all those movements. Same for him. That's a AI created movie, text and voiceover from a picture. And you can do horrible things with that. Look at, really nice, right? And it's getting better and better. And this is not a statement about other, please. That's my political statement. And it's getting better. Bam, there you go. That is what AI can do. It starts blurring the lines between reality, especially in media and in fiction. So where are we? Dynamic navigation versus digital plan. What exactly do we have? If we look at one thing, dynamic navigation, same for static, the guides, the fully guided situations that you all know, need digital planning beforehand. Of course, because we cannot print our guides or we cannot prefabricate where we want to go. Where is AI in this? Truth being said, AI is not in that game. If we imagine this being a car, the dynamic navigation cannot be you. It's the little dot on your map on your phone which shows you turn left now, turn right now. Whereas the static guide is the paper map that you have been using. Digital plan, of course, that's where you place your waypoints, and AI would be put in the models, and AI tells you we don't have that yet. We have the green area. This one is under construction, but I can tell you it's there, it's existing, but still, it in no ways can compare with your knowledge. Not at all. And I've been giving a lecture about AI 2 days ago at a faculty for philosophy and laws, and we've been talking about machine learning. This is the topic today. But truth being told is, if you look at you, for instance, humans are classified as intellectual individuals, right? How can you define your decisions, what you do today? What is pre-learned knowledge and what is genuine intelligence that you're applying? To be honest, this border is really hard to draw. And if we look into psychology, the borders between the various level of interfluent, especially psychology more and more realizing that something like that genuine intelligence, like somebody sitting down and I'll make of course also with pre-learned knowledge. This is why the computer was not developed in the 1700s. These on Earth would definitely have been very well able by their brains to develop something like this, but they didn't have the pre-knowledge. So it's always a mix. AI will also be a mix. We've been talking about ChatGPT. I love ChatGPT. I love that every single day. There's nearly no business email that I take seriously that I don't write with ChatGPT anymore because I don't really have a big love for grammar. ChatGPT is better than I. And so as soon as you understand how this algorithm is learning from your actions, you can use it to a full extent. And that's called prompting. We have been talking about this. If you don't know how to prompt, if you don't know how to teach version. So that's where we're going, but we're not there yet. Here's ChatGPT, as I told you, for in surgery. I thought best guy to ask what the benefit of digital is to ask a digital guy. And actually, this is ChatGPT 2.5 that you're seeing. And I'm showing that to you because it's completely obsolete. But if you look into the answer it's giving us, it's really not that bad. Actually, it's down to the point. It's exactly the benefits that we do have. What you can see here was done 1.5 years ago. The modern algorithms are by far quicker, far more precise, but already then, it could actually tell us what we can benefit from it. So, probably all know these patients that come into your office where you have the feeling, this is going to be tough. You see that name and you're stuttering. But maybe that's not the solution. Maybe this is the solution. Having digital support to what we do, to communicate. You are a based program and I praise you. I can tell you, sorry Paul, but science is dying. Social media and advertisements are by far more important than science. That's definitely what rules our world outside, not what's scientifically sound. That is what drives many big companies have a marketing campaign running and they give a shit whether it's true. They try to press it into the market. So that's actually killing us. I think I'll translate to you. An advertisement. And that's coming from that amazing office. Do you think that's either medically or aesthetically sound? There's no augmentation needed if you can put the implant in an angular position. Well, that patient came into my office on an emergency patient and said, look, doctor, I lost my bridge on this. Can you put it back? How can I put a bridge on these in this situation? Well, the good thing is the backward implant that you can tilt it around on 360 degrees, so that's freely movable, then you can put in back the bridge. That's 3 months in the oral cavity. That's not by short and angulated. I think we all know that. Or this situation, I'm a surgeon. Yes, we do also do some prosthetic rehabilitation, but I'm mainly a surgeon. This patient was sent to me by a dentist who has a lot of but I can help him restore his implant. That's overpromise and underdeliver. Something with navigation surgery. Now you're in one of the best programs that I know when it comes to implantology. This is one of my cases, and whoever knows me knows I love to do failures. What did I do here? Did I just mess it up? Did I just have a implant back in my put these in? Look at this. It's a beautiful ridge. It's wide, it's tall, lots of attached gingiva. Always do in the mandible when you assess that case. What do you always do? You palpate. Sorry? Perfect. CBCT is the next. I'll show it in a second, but that's too easy. Then you have it. Exactly. You palpate, right? Wonderful. Prosthetic stays for the crown is very important. But look at this. This is that mandible. It's only 6 months ago that I called us and said, I put an implant in a huge mandible, but somehow I lost it lingually. I don't know what happened. And then again, with navigation, we retrieved that implant from the glandula submandibularis. Yes, that worked. These cases can sometimes only be detected by, as you said, CBCT. For our office, and we place nearly 1,000 implants a year, there's not a single case without CBCT. There's not a single case without digital planning. Yes, there are cases that we execute freehand, about 2% of our cases, and all the others are at least fully guided or guided combined with dynamic navigation. We very rarely do dynamic navigation alone, and I'll show you in a minute, but we very often combine it with a fully guided situation, which is a very strong situation. Now, one of our very sick. This patient has a mammocarcinoma, underwent radiochemotherapy, has a huge osteoporosis, has a diabetes, and had a heart attack 8 months ago, so it's still on double anticoagulation. But because of the bad state of her vessels, she's never going to get off double anticoagulation. And she wants these implants. So, from what I told you, what kind of bone do you expect? So I went in with limited expectation, but the good thing is my expectations were still too high. So I prepared the implants, fully guided. That's the primary planning that I had. Implant that you can see 6 millimeters. And what do you see here? Why does this implant look so used? Because after I placed it, I tried to retrieve that placement pose. So I pull it out, and with pulling that out, I retrieve the full implant back without this area even getting loose. What do I do? You're smarter than me because I had to think about that. Yes, you're completely right. Now, if you look into our option, terminate it, not an option, right? Bless you, send the patient back home. Nothing's going to get better then. We can't augment because I think you were the one saying we have to look at the prosthetic space. If I augment further, I have no space for my crown anymore. So actually, what you said, the more aggressive from a TLX with a very aggressive threading. And guess what? Placing those two implants, what do you think was the primary stability that I retrieved at the implant where the first failed in centimeters? 30. Now, is that kind of implant solution to? Hell no. Be aware of those aggressive threads. Compression of the bone is a total different topic. So we use them a lot because that's the patient spectrum that we have. But as you saw, I tried a regular thread first. And this is something I really like about that Strawman set, that you can actually, within the same operation, switch from one step to the other. So what we always do, this is not our topic today, just any technique around the implant. It improves our outcome significantly. We use a non-resorbable material. What you see here is BioOs, the fine particles mixed with a little bit autogenous bone and PRF. We place it around the implants. We have a BioGuide, a resorbable collagen matrix that we place over it, and a little bit of PRF, and then we suture it shut in multi-layer sutures. And with this, we have nearly no dehiscences. What we have in our office with 1,000 implants, we do like 5 abdominoplasties a year for implants that we already placed. Why? Because you get so much attached gingiva, basically so much scarring, let's be honest, right? That the gingiva is completely immobile above your implants. Please. Just as I said, because it allows me to push the soft tissues to a different level, and secondly, but only secondly, enhances the bony situation around the implants. We have the myth out there that for those extremely medically compromised patients, you cannot augment. Can you please tell me why I can put in implants in this case then? Where's the difference in the bony healing between the healing around the implant and the healing in the augmentation? The difference that we actually make the soft tissues move. We force the soft tissues to distract a little bit. So actually, know what you're doing. if you assess that case to be eligible to go for implant surgery, it's also eligible augmentation. I'll show you a really bad case a little bit later, where it's mainly augmentation, where we had about 14 millimeters vertical augmentation in such a case. So it is possible. And especially in these medically compromised cases, I will go for that because the bone remodeling will be stronger, right? I will try to preserve the tissues that I have, but for this I have to give the body a reason to cover them up. What we do in the heart of the biology there is induce a healing together with a foreign body reaction. And a xenograft I use especially for these cases and prefer to all other materials because it stays. The body has to fight to keep it shut. And that actually causes the body to a little bit answered? Okay, wonderful. So that's why I came to that end result. And if we look at systems, that's the Noble sleeve system. I like it a lot because it's small and it's very, very few instruments. However, it's a little bit tough to learn sometimes, but you can actually secure it. That's what I like. This is intraorally. That's a Bego system. I really love that system because the sleeves interlock in the guide, which makes it extremely stable and there's nearly no movement. That movement I'm talking about, right? And we have to keep that in the back of our head because the sleeve has to be able to fit into the guide and the drill has to be able to fit into the sleeve. There has to be tolerances. Otherwise the system wouldn't work, right? And that's the result. And because of this result, that's where dynamic navigation comes in to support us in really critical cases. And if you look at this, this is again Straumann, not to say only good things about Straumann, this is something not so good about Straumann. With the long sleeves, it interacts with the soft tissue of the cheek. And if the patient depresses his muscle, my whole guide will be displaced. So that's definitely a downside. Looking into the literature, you are a science-based course. So we can definitely show that freehand surgery is a lot less precise than pilot guided, which is a lot less precise than fully guided surgery. So fully guided surgery is for oral implantology the state of the art. And yes, there's still many colleagues out there that claim I don't need that. But it's the same discussion. Why do you actually use Google Maps on your phone? You don't need it. You came to that location 10 years before also without it. It's the same situation. What do you guess? How many implants worldwide are being placed fully guided? Percentage-wise. 50%? Less? 25%? Less? 3%? Less. It's and then Europe and in the United States, it's between 3 and 5%. All are freehand. Brain guided, exactly. But honestly, I know my brain and I walk to office not to be able to not to use my brain in the morning in the traffic. So knowing my own, I want to rely on that all the time. This is an old study, 2014. This is when I first focused on dynamic navigation. And I know George Mandelaris very well. He's a nice guy. And in that study, around 2 millimeters dynamic navigation was stated. And for me, that case was closed then. 2 millimeters. Then I'm better brain guided. Thank you. This study shows like no other that during your work life, it's crucial that you keep updated with what happens in the literature. That's what you do. You all are experienced professionals. Now you go through this program to learn more, but even later, yourself get updated, because that's not where we are anymore. We can see that the deviations are a lot less these days, a lot less. Although there are still studies like this one from 2019 that shows there's a huge deviation in dynamic surgery. And so we came to the idea, well, let's compare those. Let's look at fully guided versus dynamic guided. And there are actually studies. They say there's no statistically significant differences between those two processes. Again, fully guided, dynamic guided, more or less the same. And here comes the second thing about literature. It's important to keep up with the literature, but it's also important to put literature in the place where it belongs. It does not answer all your questions. The point that I can prove it statistically doesn't mean that it's not there. Clinical experience is so crucial. This is one of the will not be replaced by AI in the near future, because just data knowledge is by far not enough. It's the foundation to stand on. We have to re-evaluate it, because from these data we would see, well, again, what I really love to do, I love meta-analysis for me, not a formal one, right? But I look into maybe are on a high quality level, and I look what are their sayings, and I write them down and see that's absolutely different. This says use whatever you want, right? But you can researched. If we go deeper into this, we can see there are huge differences. That's when I came up with that chart. And you see where one side is beneficial, the other side usually closer when you have two techniques that have weaknesses. Being told is the lateral deviation with dynamic navigation is really bad. I'll show it to you in a clinical case in a second. Whereas that is really great when we look at guided. On the other side, if you look into vertical deviation, that's a downside of the guide, because you never know if they sit perfectly sound, and you actually have no way to tell if they sit perfectly sound. How do you assess when you use a fully guided guide? How do you assess whether it's exactly where it should be? What would you say? You ready? You have the fully guided guide in your hand, right? You place it into the mouth. You place it down. How do you it's perfectly on the spot? Opening windows, and we look if the teeth match the position they should be in, okay? The moment you took that scan or the impression from your patient, is the position of the teeth the same compared to the day where you will perform the implant operation? Yes or no? Absolutely no. The question is, do we measure precise enough? You know, you can measure your patient's heartbeat with a laser beam over, because with every heartbeat, your teeth do go boom, boom, boom. It's just about 2 microns, but it's measurable. All our teeth move all the time. Not much. But this means that the guide, the static guide that we put in the patient's mouth, has to be unprecise enough so that these little shifts do not displace the guide, correct? Logically, I scan, I match it with the cone beam, somebody guide sends it to me, temperature difference. Hell yes, it's unprecise. Go back in your brain to the days you went to dental school. Go back when you were casting stone into impressions. Do you remember we had to match the expansion of the stone to the shrinkage of the impression material? That's the same thing with digital technologies, just on different levels. So there's always an inherent imprecision. In most cases, like 95% of the cases, they simply don't matter, right? But there is these few cases where it matters. And that's where this chart comes in handy. Where is the precision advantage? So this, those of you who are German speaking, a study club, we have it 1 month. It's free for you, and it's about advancements in medical and surgical areas where medicine and dentistry touch. So you were always, where my brother or I speak, you're wholeheartedly invited to participate for free. Our next meeting is Tuesday. So once a month at least. So this is the result that we came up first. This is more than 2 years ago, where we were starting matching normal prosthetic guides with the digital guides. But that was just the first place. So this is a video of me placing my first implants fully dynamic without static guides, preparing everything, and you see what you need. You see how many gadgets you need for this. We have PRF. We always work with PRF for implanted augmentation procedures because it makes our wound healing just so much better. Another thing where science, right? And then preparation of that. What you see now is the X-Guide system. It is sold by Noble Biocare, and XNAV is the maker of it. And the positive side of X-Guide is it's extremely versatile. It works with every implant system. It's fully in your hand with what motors you want to combine it. It's completely customizable. It's very open. But with every high performance and open system comes that you have to calibrate it first. And here you see the calibration process that is reading basically the to make sure that you're using. Basically with this you're showing the system what is in my hand. And after you have, this is real time by the way, right? There's some cuts but not for cutting time. This is about the time needed to actually calibrate that system. And once you have calibrated it, it makes you, this is very important, it makes you measure the length of your drill. Of course the system has to know where your drill starts, okay? And then you can navigate intraorally with a precision of 0.1 millimeters if you set it up correctly. And this measuring step with that system. Otherwise, it won't actually allow you to start the engine. It won't just flare up. And now you see I placed the drill where I want it, and after I placed it, my eyes are not on the patient anymore, but are strictly on the screen where I drill the site for the implant. And that's actually step by step. And with every drill size, you change the drill, you measure it, you drill more. But as you can see here, at the end of the day, it's a freehand system, right? It is in your hand, and it's only your visual control of the monitor whether you're on the right spot. And imagine a osseous situation. Here's BioOS preparation for the binding technique that I just showed you. Here's taking out the Nobel from their containers. And here's something only X-Guide can do right now. I measure the length of the implant. So I can actually place the implant under dynamic. This is what no other navigation system out there can do right now. And why is that? Because the system always measures the total length, regardless of what you put in there. Now, when you have a very critical bone situation, you all know these situations. You put in the drill, you drill down, and then you feel the pressure on your handpiece, right? Because the bone quality after a millimeter changes completely from soft to extremely hard. And this is a problem with this, because it will displace the process. This is something a lot easier with guides, right? Because it simply keeps you on the path, and there you go. So that was the operation. I really love, just a small side note, I really love taking PRF in these patients. Where exactly do you find the vein? And the good thing is we found it close to the eye of the turtle. So that's just to have some stills from this. This is how the X-Guide reads its information. And you can see this is very important for it takes the information extraorally. The camera is up there and sees that checkerboard, and I have another checkerboard on my handpiece coming from here. That was a question, please. Yeah. Very good. This is made to you. And when I do the cone beam for the patient, put that in and do the cone beam with it. So I have these three. Thanks for pointing that out. When I implant, these three little pins already in my cone beam. So whenever I replace that, it's exactly on the same spot, and the system can read where these three pins are. I do that, but you don't have to. Another benefit of this X-Guide is they come with you, and you have to heat them up, and there's a thermoplastic material, this white stuff, and it turns transparent, and then you just press it in and let it sit. Perfect. And there's a second downside to this, and that's very important. I'll show you the improvement, homemade improvement to that in a second. Imagine, you all have that extensive dentistry knowledge. If we prep a cavity so that I can just put something from top down, what makes the retention? Mechanic retention, right? Maybe undercuts, but doesn't work here. So these little white gadgets here, these chips or clips, how they're called, they have a tendency, especially look at that leverage with that checkerboard thing, they have a tendency to get loose sometimes. So the trick is, while you perform the operation, have a finger on the 9, where you see the 9 here. Either you or the assistant, that no displacements can happen. I did not have that problem yet, and I have done well over 100 years with this. But just for security combination, well, that situation is ruled out, but perfect. So here, for this guide, you make the cone beam early, and from there on you have the position of that has the 3 in the cone beam, and then you can proceed. Right, and this is going back. This is just a close-up of the screen, what you see while you're working, because we were focusing on the patient more. So it zooms basically in. And during the operation, I decided to go a bit backward because we about 1 millimeter further back than originally planned. And that's something you can do with dynamic navigation, because you're free to do whatever you want, right? This is what you cannot do that with static navigation. Whatever you planned will happen, or you have to throw the guide away. So we performed a simultaneous sinus lift procedure with this. You see the BioGuide up here, and we always enforce the Schneiderian membrane with a collagen matrix, but I'll tell you in a different lecture why we do that. Yes. No. It's up to you. You plan your implant. It shows you exactly where your planned implant is, and when you decide to deviate, it's up to you. Everything. Look at this. Look at the crosshairs. And up here, I see I'm 2 millimeters back, but still, but 2 degrees deviated from the original axis. Shows everything. And I'll need that 2 millimeters deviation because I still want my axis point to the crown to be on the same spot. Everything, whatever you want. X-Guide is extremely flexible when it comes to this. Yeah. So till now I haven't changed any of the parts. Way above 100. Only the white clip inside that. But everything else hasn't had any issues. Implants placed, especially exactly as we wished. That's the emergence profile a little bit later, etc. So let's not bore you with that. So I said this was our development. So this is how it worked out. This was the first time where I thought, well, a little bit of guidance, and I want to be quicker in finding the spot, because especially in a situation like here, you have basically freedom to choose your spot for your implant. I wanted to have some guidance, and we always, although we're fully digital, have an analog prosthetic guide for us to check during the operation whether the position is exactly where I want my prostate to come through, because sometimes planning is not what is reality, right? So here's the combination of that, and you can see that works perfectly too. And you have the clip here, you have this, and now you see a difference here. On the palatal side, we enforce this. Actually, all of a sudden, my guide is a lot easier to handle in the long run. And here comes the big competitor. Now I show you this guide distributed by Noble Biocare. This is Falcon by Straumann. Straumann bought a company called Mini Navident. They were making these before and is rebranding it and completely overhauling and developing it from here. And what I show you is LMR material. So in some areas you will see boxes where I'm not allowed to show it to you yet. But what I show here is the official demonstration. I can completely show that to you. And you see, again, the problems with complete dynamic navigation. Where exactly am I, right? Finding that spot. Here the difference is the camera is not floating above us. The camera is directly. This is the camera here, or here. And the clip that you saw, the white clip with the checkerboard, also extraoral on the X guide, is intraoral here. So this camera has to see this area. And here comes the biggest difference between both systems. The X guide is calibrated completely by you. You do the cone beam with a clip intraorally, and from there on you steer everything. For the Mini Navident Falcon nowadays, you have to go via a lab right now. There is a planning that let's say, very spontaneous is coming, but right now you have to go through a lab. And you make a cone beam without, just a regular cone beam without anything in the patient's oral cavity. You send it to the lab. They do the pre-calibration for you and place that clip in the perfectly correct position. Now this means that those steps that I showed you in the video where I calibrate the system are not necessary for Falcon. This comes pre-calibrated. Here comes the downside. Absolutely. Cone beam and intraoral impression, whatever kind. But here comes the downside. If the lab messed up the calibration, you are, that word with 4 crosses. You have to trust. Till now, we had also have about 100 appliances of this, and with our home lab we had 0 failures, but with an official lab we had 2 failures, where you could throw the whole system away. It completely wouldn't work. Only in the patient's oral cavity. Before you start drilling, there is always a protocol where you put that in and then check whether it ends up at the right spot. It's mandatory, but for instance, you start that machine, right? And if here you see I'm at the position here, I'm at the position here, that works. If you end on the other side of the menu, obviously something's off. But if this is not true by, let's say, 2 millimeters, you won't see it for the first moment. And that is dangerous. We all agree on this. I would say the natural precision of both systems is absolutely identical. Same. I don't see a difference. I see a difference the X clip with the white clip that I showed you, that it may dislocate a little bit from its position intraorally, but you simply press it back. Here you have, as with any 3D printed guide that you have to place, you have to make sure it's really on the spot where you want it to be, with all the downsides we just discussed earlier. But apart from that, the intrinsic position is exactly the same. However, the handling is hugely different. And only after 100 users or more than 100 with each system, I start really recognizing it. With the X guide, where everything is extraorally, once you set up the system for the area you want to work in, you're completely easygoing, done. For this, you always have to check, as you're reading the position intraorally, whether your assistant gets into the way with suction, anything like this. So here comes some downsides to this. They mark this as highly superior. It's not. It's just a different way of reading the situation, and you have to decide for yourself what you like better. We have both systems active, and from this you can see some systems are better in respective situations. Yes, but I must not talk about this, and it's coming. All right, let's look into some clinics, how it works. This is real time as well. This is also why it's so shivery. You can see while I'm drilling how I keep the position, right? How I'm getting close to the sinus. We are doing a sinus lifting procedure combined here too. And you see this is really challenging for that system, because I have to read it out from several positions. Now what you can see here, I'll quickly go back for one thing. What you need to see here is the third major difference between the two systems. First one, one is the other second reads intraorally, the other reads extraorally. Third difference here, you measure the burrs in a block like this, and then you select the burr on the screen. Did you see that? From a prefabricated library. If your burr is not in that library, you have a hard time using it. Especially if you're looking into burrs, for instance, camlock burrs. The camlock guides are really, really nice and have a low height of the burr build. This system can't read them because they don't fit into that block I just have seen. So these are just results, and look at this, and this is what we've been talking about. Now please pay attention to this display. You again look at the Falcon Strawman display. We have been looking at the X guide before. You see the displays are a little bit different, but the principle is always the same. You see the crosshairs in the middle, the white one shows you exactly the position of the burr. The point in the middle is the mark that you want to hit. And the number 3 degrees shows the deviation in what angulation you deviate. On the right hand you see the depth of the burr. Now the case that I show you right now is a measurement of a combination of a fully guided and a dynamic guided situation. So we have the situation placing Strawmans here. We're having a regular fully guided Strawman guide, but attached to it is that Falcon reading piece, right? So you can easily, that's the big advantage of Falcon, you can very easily combine fully guided and dynamic guided because it's the only way to make that guide. So this is the original position where my guide would place my implant. Do you see that? It's a huge 4 degrees anteriorly and vastly to the lateral. And now I correct that position manually. You can see it now. Now I'm exactly where I want it. I tilt my burr in my guide and press my guide to the position to be able to advance to the depth. And this is the first time that I recognized this phenomenon. This is the very first time I asked my assistants, take my phone and make a picture of this, please. Make a movie. Because this is the first time I recognized the position that I pre-planned and that my guide gives me is not exactly the position where I end up in my burr, with a huge deviation in this case. And this is the first time where we realized where the problems might be. And you see how I really work to get onto the spot, but I get there finally. But only with pressing against the guide. And allow me to say that pressing against the guide is actually still a lot easier than doing it completely freehand. Because once you have your position, you can find your position perfectly. And this became today's standard for those cases where you don't want to miss by half a millimeter. All these cases I do combine. That's the end result, how these implants were placed. Now we go back to a X-Guide to confuse you a little bit. I'll show you both intermixed. This is how you plan your implants in X-Guide. X-Guide has an integrated implant planning system that works really nice. So you wouldn't even need an extra software. The system is completely negligent which system you're placing. You just put in the diameters and the sizes. And this was the next step for us, combining X-Guide with fully guided. We just saw the screen from Falcon. This is how the work up at the beginning looked for us. So what we do, we sat down in the lab, we cut out that area with the burr of the guide and stabilized it with light curing composite. Has the big advantage, this is Bego, what I show you here, Bego implant. You can still use it more freely, just without the sleeve, which makes it, whoever uses in the room, who uses fully guided implants? Okay, but this is still way above the average. So one of the biggest disadvantages from fully guided versus freehand is you need a lot more space for fully guided, because you need to fiddle your burr through all that, right? As soon as you leave the sleeve out, you need a lot less space, because you don't need to get into it orthogonally. You can get it from it in every case. Planning it like this still gives you the space, but you can also the implant from the system and then placing the implant fully guided. And you can see it here with the prosthetic match. Fine. Same is true for toothless implants. In this case, we don't have any orientation anymore, as we lost the teeth we still had during planning. And only X-Guide for the moment. Falcon will be able to do that soon, but it's not yet. Only X-Guide can do it right now. And here we place our references, basically the 3 metal dots we had in the white clip. Now we put in some screws in the patient's jaw. Then I have my planning guide over it. We go into the cone beam, and you can see in this case we combined all in one. The patient came, the injection, opened, put in the screws, went into the cone beam. While the patient was being repeated, I did my plan. The protocol suggests that you put in the screws first and let come back later. But really, do you want to do that? Exactly. So this is during implant placement, and you can see I can perfectly use the bone that I had through this protocol. How often do I do this? Maybe 10 cases to know. Rarely. When I know I have to use the bone that I have to the utmost precision. And here you can see I have to work around the guide's situations. Again, sorry, you saw that here? Your question was, does it allow me to change the... Did you see it? I went back to my planning. And this is why in a workflow like this, it's not so important to have a lot of time for planning, because you can see while you're working exactly where you're going. And I placed the implants, or planned the implants more for reference reasons, and I redecided while placing them. And you can see it's lifetime, how quickly we get through these implants. Yes, you can. Absolutely. In this case, I needed the flap first to put in the screws so that the X-Guide can read it. Second, if I wouldn't have needed my screws, I would have had a smaller flap, definitely, but I still would have a flap, as I always do the lining around my implants, to be able to preserve, here you see it again, to preserve as much soft tissues and bone as possible. So, as this is a science-based course, let's look at the science. I love this meta-analysis that shows that both computer-guided and freehand surgeries yield similar result for marginal bone loss. So same survival rate. Never trust a study that you didn't forge yourself. That is the most important take-home message from today. Because if in this, as in this case, only take implants into account that have been perfectly placed, yes, then of course they have the same outcome. The difference between guided and freehand is that the alterations of the placements are smaller when you guide. So this study is complete nonsense, and it was published in a high-ranking journal. Of course, if I end up with a perfect implant position, yes, it doesn't matter how I got there, obviously, right? So not always data is leading the right way. Let's look at this case, and I love this case. This is a fairly narrow ridge. It's an elderly lady who has an acute carcinoma, who is undergoing bisphosphonate therapy and radiotherapy for that, and who desperately wants these implants. And I told her, please wait, right? We need a little bit more time. But if we look into the medical side, when we talk about radiation and bisphosphonate therapy, is waiting a good idea? Not necessarily. The harmful effects are only building up over time, right? So sometimes speed helps you, but she's really not in a good state and she doesn't have time for an augmentation. And I mean lifetime. So we decided to use that little bone that we had. Here's the full guided. Both. The 3D print of both. And that's exactly what we're using these days, what we're using really a lot. We stopped doing that manually and cutting the guides out. We just print over it. And if you look at this, this holds the X-clip perfectly in place. This is just absolutely secure. And I have two different devices that I seat individually. And this is exactly what we have been talking about. How do I know whether I'm precise? Well, if my fully guided guide sits perfectly and my navigation shows me I'm perfectly, then I'm really on spot. But I have in this truly two autonomous systems adding up to each other. And if look at this, of course you can use it alone as well. Here you see the relatively narrow ridge. Here is the navigation without the guide. Here is the navigation with, and this is how we used it. And then you can see we can perfectly find that spot. And you can also see that it doesn't allow me a deviation of 1 millimeter. Not at all. Then I break through the bone, and in her case, this could be critical. So that gives me the precision in those cases where I really need it the most. And the bone is still too little, right? We use a GBR technique to rebuild the bone, and here you can see that I didn't do a real flap, I just made it right, and had a marginal extension around the lateral teeth. This is how we usually cut. In only 10% of the cases we do a vestibular release. In all the others we do a marginal, and with this, healing is just perfect. Again, a resorbable collagen matrix, a bioguide, put in first, then mix between xenogenous and autogenous and PRF, over the PRF on top, suture it shut. Again, precision, look at this. Different case. The lateral, the molar, we're off 6 degrees and about 1.5 millimeters from the planned position. And now look at the same guide. This works perfectly, we're down. Anterior position, perfectly on spot, and just 3 degrees angulation. And this case shows you that even within the same guide, the deviations can be huge. And again, this is for the critical cases, we nowadays always have the combination of both. Now I'm starting to speed up a little bit to get you ready. This is the promised augmentation case. Patient under immunotherapy because she has a huge rheumatoid issue. From that, she got a severe osteoporosis and is on bisphosphonates once a month intravenously. She has a heart condition. And she had an augmentation in this area before, suffered from osteomyelitis, and lost parts of her mandible. Great story, right? That's exactly the case you crave for money. And she came to us, and when it comes to informed consent, I'm absolutely brutal. I will tell you, for 50%, this is gonna fail. I'm sorry. I'm gonna take a lot of money for that. Why? Because all the efforts you put into this have to be paid for. Third, you'll be in pain. And when I say pain, I mean pain although you're already taking the painkillers. And you'll be swelling like a pumpkin for Halloween. This is exactly how I talk to these patients. And I tell them, the only thing I can promise you is, number one, you will suffer. That's what I promise. And the second thing that I promise is, I will be there for you. Never overpromise. Always make it a little bit harder, and the patient will be happy with the outcome. I started talking money in my lectures about a year ago, because we have to realize we help our patients if we're still there. If you went out of business, you can't help anybody, right? So at the end of the day, have to be paid for. You won't have a team to work with if you are not properly paid for. In a case like this is about 10 to 12,000 euro that I show you right now, just for you to get an impression. So she has that bad story, right? There's no bone on both sides, really, really bad. You see the scars, the operations of her osteomyelitis. I really love that scar here that goes from the vestibulum to the tongue. I've rarely seen that before. And we love 3D printed meshes. That's our go-to augmentation technique these days, and completely vaporized all other augmentations techniques that we had. In 2016, when I came to Ansbach, where our office is, I did 50 hip grafts a year. In 2016, and I came in September. I did 100 in the following year. Last year and this year, I did 0. And I want to do a hip graft again. But we always do it with these techniques. Look at how small that ridge is, and also look where the mental nerve is. Only with these techniques, no shell techniques, no block techniques, you can work your way around the nerve like this. So opening up, and you know what a release incision is. We all agree on that. We all know that we can release scars, but look how much, here's the nerve, right? How much volume I got by releasing the scars. What is this? Anatomy class? And which gland is it? The submandibular gland, because everything above that was destroyed before. While prepping this, do you see this? Just for osteomyelitis. Do you see this? What is this? I nearly perforated because the scars intraorally go completely into the outer skin. That's how scarred she is. So here's the mesh. We did the build-up bone scraper. It's just perfect. Mixing xenograft. Here's the resorbable. The mesh, we'll be talking meshes on another day if you wish. Today's navigation is just to show you the principle. Mixing sticky bone, filling it up, and placing it. Then over it, suturing it shut. That's the X-ray. Xenograft, autogenous bone chips, and PRF. And best is 50-50 mix of xenograft. If you use an allograft for that, we don't know if that bone will be stable in 5 years. We simply don't have data yet. If you use anything else if you autogenous bone, this bone will be gone in 5 years. If hip graft, in 10 years, only 30% is left. This is, for now, the only technique where we have 15-year data and it shows us it's stable. The only technique. I told her the chance of us losing it is 50%. We were very lucky. It all stayed the way it is. Uncovering of the mesh. Again, mesh is not our topic today, but 4 months later, we always remove the meshes and let it sit. Here you see the augmentation result. And then placement of the that's augmented bone. right? And it's fully bleeding. It's vivid. That's all new bone. And then placing the implants. And still, although we place the implants, we will go for another lining around the implants, right? Very important, especially in this scarred and thin soft tissue situation, to make sure it's going to be stable. So I waited relatively long. There's an old rule. It says per millimeter vertically you want, wait 1 month. I waited in total 7 months, but we have 13 millimeters vertical. So I'm not following the full direction, but yes, they are. This is possible. I'm not saying it's easy, and I'm not saying it's risk-free. I have more than 250 meshes now under my and I must say that there's not a single case where I couldn't place the implants later. But yes, I had complications, lots of them. We have around 30% dehiscences, please. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Yeah. After 4 weeks for sure, and usually after 2 weeks. But if the patient accepts not wearing one, I'm happy. Right? But they don't accept, so you have to go for sure we talk about augmentation, but in case of dehiscence, keep it clean. Still keep it in there at least 4 months, then remove the mesh, but leave the granulation in tissue in place. 4 months. All right. When we started 65, now she's 70. Yeah. These teeth kept her provisional in place while we were working. And she's very, very conservative. She said, I don't care about the money. I want fixed teeth, period. And you look at the amount of implants I placed. Once she loses these teeth, well, we go for an overdenture. Yeah. So we still have all the so to come to an interim's conclusion, it's there, it's working. But now the good part. Navigation in oral surgery is not all about implants. Actually, about 90% of our uses of our navigation devices are non-implant based. Because in the easy cases, you don't need it, to be honest, right? What do we look at? We look at a huge, this is a dentist. He comes with me where he already has lost his sensibility in the nerve. He says, please take out that tooth and the cyst. I said, okay, let's do it the conventional way. And he says, don't you have any other clues? I say, yeah, we can go for navigated removal of your cyst. And that's exactly what we did, right? We took out the tooth in a conventional way. We can go quickly over that. Kept as much bone as possible, just cut the bone in many tooth in many pieces, and then using, back then we didn't have straight handpieces. We just completely out from just was the access, right? Some bioos collagen. I love bioos collagen for we really love to do it. Dietmar Varga is the geistliche representative for our office. I think he always smiles when he sees my name. Just about the amount. We have a recurring delivery of materials from our office every 2 weeks. We don't order, we just set it in. It's just coming. And that's on top, suture shut. And look, we have no extra trauma. Look into this situation. How do you remove this endodontic workpiece up there? In the old times, I feared operations like this. It's huge. You open everything up. You have to go to the full sterile operation theater to have intraoperative x-rays. Here, I plan, this is the X-Guide again, I can plan an implant on that side actually. So I can use the depth and angulation that the system can give me, and then I just look into the intraoral site, check where I am, and you can see this here, right? You see these spots? These are just marks from my burr made by checking where exactly am I. So I know in what area I have to check. I just make a relatively small flap and then I go through that hole. Nothing else. And then I check where am I, have measurements, quickly work my way into the depth to that piece of metal. You can see I'm reducing the cortical here, and then I'm exactly where I want to be and go deeper. You can see how I'll get narrower. Now I'm here. That's the area where I removed it. Checking. Yes, that's the point. Here's the piece. The defects we put in, we place in biomaterials and remove them. Otherwise, you'll keep a hole in this area. Suture shut, done. It's gone. Compared to the old-fashioned way, a huge extension of our capabilities. Wisdom teeth like this. We get wisdom teeth. The furthest traveling patient came from Sydney, from a colleague there from mine with a badly placed wisdom tooth, and the really bad ones. Here you see the camera of the X-Rite floating ahead, right? Really, the really bad wisdom teeth, we do navigate it. We work our way in until the area where it gets dangerous in a conventional way, and then we slice our way through the tooth, conserving most of the vestibular bone plate, and thus reducing the need of follow-up surgeries. Here's the nerve. Say hello to the nerve. And then we close it. Ridge preservation. You'll always see a ridge preservation with me. When I open up the nerve, I never place biomaterial on the nerve directly. Never, ever. I always put a matrix in between, and that works perfectly fine. Close it up. Good to go. Cementoosseous dysplasia. You all know it. You all know these areas in the bone. How to get to that. How to biopsy it. Because when you open it up, you don't see it. It's the same white color as the adjacent bone. Again, using navigation, fairly easy, right? This patient has a mammocarcinoma, so we had to check whether that's a metastasis. We went exactly into the area where we wanted to be. That's this, just the drill size. I don't open up more from the bone, just drill size. Go in there, then I use a piezo, as you can see here with the marks in the bone, to take a biopsy, and then fully guided, I remove the whole thing, do a filling of the root from the posterior, and everything's fine. And small interventions. Here you are. Great idea. That's exactly what we're doing. Bios collagen, filling the defect, closing them up. For apicectomies, for every apicectomy, we do a ridge preservation these days. We see that our apicectomy teeth survive so much longer. But it's logical, right? If you're standing on free air and all the pressures are directed down, or if new bone grows, makes a difference. So that's the healing. And as a last case, I'll show you the mother of all cysts. You know, in the American military, there's the mother of all bombs, like the very bad bomb. That's the mother of all cysts. Here you go. That's a professional sportsman on his step to the next world level league. And they detect this and say, you need to go for a hip graft. And for him, that's the end of his career. No way. So they came to us, and we removed that with a navigate fashion, placed some mocha, right? And then we took out the tooth. Well, there's no bone left. I cannot make large access holes through the vestibular side of the bone, otherwise the bone will break. Great question. Please, question back to you. What do you think made me go for that way? We have a pre-diagnosis from the University of Berlin that this is a follicular cyst from the tooth, from the wisdom tooth. And the correct treatment for this would be marsupialization and weight. You're 100% right. Why did I opt for a different way? Yes, but whatever he runs around with that cyst, right? For I don't know how long. He can run around with a marsupialization. So time is not that problem. Basketball. Same thing as boxing these days. Yes, definitely. Do I trust that diagnosis of the University of Berlin that this is a follicular cyst? Anybody in this room, with all your experience, how many follicular cysts of that size have you seen? Rarely. They exist. They exist. But what is a lot more plausible? Thank you, sir. And that's exactly what the histology turned out to be. And I didn't trust it. And that's why I went for that option. Perfect sound question. Thank you. I would have put that at the end of the discussion, but thank you for asking this. This is exactly, and I didn't sleep for several days properly before that. Just tossing, if I'm wrong and I do this approach, did I do something wrong? So this is why the minimal invasive approach is important, right? I have the bone here. I take out the tooth, start resecting the cyst from here, then navigate it. I select a position and just open it the size of my burr. So the extra to the mandible is absolutely limited. And from here, again with navigation, I work my way through that cyst, completely taking it out, but furthermore, using rotary instruments to thin out a little bit of the bone on all sides where I still have bone, in case my thought that it might be a keratocyst is true. Right? So we put it out, the whole thing. We had the nerve completely exposed. We go back to my beloved BIOS collagen. We have PRF. We have autogenous bone chips. We mix that for regeneration, and that's the last time I'm going to talk about an off-topic thing today with augmentation. If we want to regenerate a hole in the bone, do we need to completely fill it with biomaterial? What do we have to do? That's always good, but what do we have to do? And we have to make sure the soft tissues can't press it in. Agreed? We have to give it walls again. Because if it's a wall defect, we know that even the largest defects will heal, which is the principle of a marsupialization. No, that's a myth. We have to use a membrane. I know. The problem with periosteum is that it should be a barrier between soft tissue and hard tissue. Agreed? But the periosteum doesn't always. And I tried this technique for very long years, and I completely got rid of it. Whenever I have a damage in a bony wall, I'll put in a collagen matrix. Always. And same as here. Here's the collagen matrices, and we place them through the little hose that we have. Again, navigate it, and press them into the area where this bone was supposed to be back in the day, where that was still bone. Do you know what this covers here? The nerve. Say hi to the nerve. It's just behind that membrane, right? And then I fill all the borders with the mix of biomaterial and autogenous bone and PRF, and put a little bit in the middle. And then we close the whole thing up. Question, please. Never. I hate tacking. I like you, man. The problem is I have seen so many of these little pins go places where they were never supposed to be going. And the only human being on this world that I know that really profits from pins and membranes is Istvan Urban. And he is a master in this. I mean, he's the only guy who can turn sausages into bone, right? But apart from that, as long as you can place your membrane between bone and periosteum, it's fine. And it would be a myth to believe that some little pins make the membrane immobile. It just rips out. It gets moist, it starts moving, it rips out. Pinning comes from Gore-Tex membrane. So, and here it held, but for a collagen membrane, it doesn't make sense. All right, that's the tooth that caused the follicular cyst, but it just covered a keratocyst. So for oral surgery, for implant surgery, navigation gives us an edge through precision. For allows us techniques that were not possible before. So total navigation operate on our patients. Does it work? Allow me to finalize because I'm going to be picked up in 20 minutes, so we have to be short now. Do you know what that is? That's an old historic picture. You probably recognize that mushroom. That picture is from Nevada in a time where they sold parties, nuclear watching parties, where you would travel from all over the states to Nevada, have a drink, have a swim, have a flirt, and watch nuclear explosions rise around you. So usually when techniques are brand new and hot, I stay away, right? And these techniques will advance a lot. And here you can see the first autonomous implant placement robot. That was from Xi'an 2017. It then, for a single implant, needed 2.5 hours and a human to change the drills. Nowadays, it's of course on a completely other level. But this machine can never do is replace your clinical and individual assessment and validation of data versus clinical situation. And very often, especially for the non-standard cases, it's crucial to deviate from written protocols, come to the point where we want to be. This is an advertisement from a new device from the US. This robot can actually hold your drill. That's all it does. Make navigation where the robot holds your drill. Yeah, we exactly need that, right? So let's look at this. I've lived in Sydney for quite a while, and that's also where us had 2 years ago a blast together. And if you look at that bridge, which was for a while the longest spanning arch in the world, 1930. Honest in our day with the techniques having. I said I usually talk about money now these days. This is how you can see how we calculate a navigation, for instance, for a wisdom tooth, which compromises about 850 euros per site. And for the second site, it's another 300 euros and so on. This is how we calculate ridge preservation with Bios collagen, so it's about 400 euros per tooth, and PRF is around 450 euros per usage, so that you have an impression how we, in our office, these what is management travel oranges. We'll have a beautiful conference. Will happen next October in Curacao, and it will be an advanced masterclass for implantology. Snezhana Pool will be there as well, and we'll be talking about the procedures for augmentation only in the mandible, especially focusing on augmentation and soft tissue procedures. So if you're interested, you can just be on the Notify Me site. It's just a Notify Me. There's no booking included, and then you'll be informed as soon as booking starts, because we will only take maximum of 40 people into that course. Again, that's the code who didn't have it, where you can download the script. It will be up there probably Monday, right? So don't hesitate. If you go on this today, it will not be up there because we'll still have to upload it. And with this, let me summarize. We arrived in reality. Navigation expands our capabilities, which is probably the most important part. And for last time, coming back to science, the two jobs which are the most unlike with what we're doing. And with this, allow me to for your kind attention. It was amazing to be with you, and have a great day.
Yeah, Markus, thank you very much. I know that I invite a very good expert in this field of dynamic navigation, and also he show you that there's not a appliance only in all implant placement, also for oral surgery. We have some cases where we can do better with these tools, and thank you also for the comparison between two systems, which are mostly now in every nose, and yeah, be very critical on that. Because you already managed very well the questions and the discussion during your lecture. I think
love this.
there's not a lot of much more discussion, because we want to introduce now the next lecturer, Mercedes. But if there is a final comment or a final question to Markus, please go ahead.
Yes, we are brothers. That's my brother. And you always write us an email if you have any questions, right? And Paul and I were discussing that if you want to see the systems in action as part of your program here, you're without any charge invited to our house and to our office whenever you want to, and you can work with us there if you wish.
Yeah, he already mentioned the plan that I want to catch him into the program with his experience, and to make a new field of dynamic navigation. You know, we get here on the university a little bit perhaps too late, because I was very critical in the beginning, because we have the same situation 2016 and 15, where we have huge deviations, dynamic, so we go more for the static guided. And now we have it 1 year, and it's really very open and very reliable, this system, and I was completely underestimate the usability of the system today. Yeah, but you know, the error is of yesterday, yeah, so I have to go also for my own learning curve, and he's here one of the pioneers. Okay, so once again, have a nice
Thank you so much.
drive back, and once again, nice that you sacrifice your time for
Always
this nice
pleasure.
lecture. It's honor for us, and unfortunately we cannot share the time in the evening and so on, but perhaps next
Very
time.
soon.
Yeah.
Looking forward. Thank
Yeah.
you, everybody. Bye-bye.
Okay, thank you.
Guck mal, Lisa. Oh, schön, wenn es dir gefallen hat. Das freut mich umso mehr.
So, kann man ein bisschen Licht haben? So now we'll announce Mercedes, who she is here. Mercedes? Ah, yeah, here. Okay, sorry. Yeah, she do a right meta-analysis, yeah, what you're talking about. And it's a really hot topic, because she is comparing the clinical outcome. If we do now immediate restoration, the loading protocol, compared to the old school waiting and then later make a loading, and the data are really impressive, and I think she has prepared a lot, so we have to plug on the microphone and the computer. Safi, kannst du mal unterstützen, bitte? So. Yeah, he's a gentleman. Perfekt. Und den Computer. Oder hat sie den schon abgegeben, den Computer? So, thank you. Next time we rent a helicopter because on the building beside there is a landing spot. Yeah, they can go. Ja, ja, genau. Bye bye. See you. Nimm dann noch unten was mit zum Essen. It's working. Perfect. Well, then they have to bring. Ja, ist hier. Und hast du einen Klicker oder sowas? Hast du einen Klicker? I do it for you. You say the next, and I will do that. No, no, it's okay. You're welcome. So Mercedes, I think you're really working now in Denmark, right? Yeah, and she's from the class MOI 27, and yeah, the stage is for you for this nice meta-analysis. Können wir mal das Licht dunkler machen, bitte? Yeah.
Yes, I could feel. So, yes, I guess it's working. I have to thank Dr. Paul Weigel and the MOI for giving me this opportunity to present my systematic literature review I have performed as my master thesis for the MOI program. The topic of this systematic review is clinical outcome of immediate versus conventional and early loading of the dental implants with the fixed prosthetic in randomized control trials. Immediate loading of the dental implants could be considered as a golden option in practice of implantology today due to its benefits such as shorter treatment time and satisfying the aesthetic needs of the patients and of course providing the comfort due to the fewer number of the surgeries. During the last 2 decades, multiple studies have been performed in order to compare the clinical outcomes of the 3 different loading protocols of the dental implants. However, there is no consensus among the dental community on which loading protocol is superior. In this systematic review, the 2 of the most important clinical outcomes of the 3 different loading protocols, such as marginal bone loss and survival rate, are analyzed in details. According Gallucci et al. In 2000, according Gallucci et al. In 2018, The three different loading protocols are defined as medial loading, which is loading of the dental implants during the first 48 hours after the placement of the implants. Early loading, which is defined as the loading of the dental implants between 48 hours after the placement and 12 weeks or 3 months. And finally, conventional or delayed loading, which is identified as loading of the dental implants after 12 weeks or between 3 to 6 months. In the last classification of the ITI in 2024, these timings are slightly different. The purpose of this systematic review is to compare the clinical outcomes of the immediate loading of the dental implants to conventional or delayed loadings. The null hypothesis is there are no statistically significant differences between the outcomes of these three loading protocols, while hypothesis suggests statistically significant differences between the outcomes of these three loading protocols. As any other, the PowerPoints are not working. Excuse me. We just, yeah, it's going. I think I'm gonna handle. Let me see. Yes, it's working now. Hmm? Oh, yeah, that's true. Okay. Sorry for technical problems. Is it this one? This one? Maybe. I don't know. So. Mhm.
Unfortunately, it's not working. Sorry about that. Aber es geht hier nicht. Das ist oben stehen geblieben. Hier geht's wieder.
Yes.
Du musst schon da bleiben. Das geht nicht.
Yes. Looks fine. Good. Perfect. So.
So you can
Yeah, I click.
here,
Mhm.
here.
Okay.
Forward,
All right.
backward.
Yes, I do.
Perhaps then you can control by yourself.
Yes.
So this is forward, this is backward.
Mhm. Okay, perfect. So, we continue here. As any other qualitative or quantitative research, we need a research question, which is which loading protocol of the dental implants among immediate, early, or conventional provides the least marginal bone loss and the highest survival rate. The PICO strategy was set as population, as patients who need at least one dental implant. The intervention was immediate loading, which was compared to conventional or and early loading. The outcome measures were marginal bone loss and survival rate of the dental implants. For the inclusion criteria, we included all the studies as randomized controlled trials. The study design had to be split mouth and only studies on the human, studies on dental implants, only fixed prosthetic single crowns or partial fixed prosthesis was included. At least 10 participants had to be participated in each study, and every study had to explore quantitative outcomes, specifically about marginal bone loss and survival rate. We had also exclusion criteria, which was animal studies, studies on removable prostheses, studies focused on full arch, palatal or zygomatic implants were excluded. Case report and case series studies were also excluded. Also, qualitative research design considered in our included studies. This Prisma diagram shows the process of study selection for this systematic review. A search on PubMed was ran on November 4th, 2022. The result of this search identified 587 studies, and no other studies were identified through other sources. After screening the title and abstract of this defined studies, 109 related studies were left. Again, after excluding the duplicates, we had 54 studies left for screening, out of which 40 of the studies were excluded, again for exclusion reasons. We had 14 full text articles in the end for assessment for eligibility. 6 of them were excluded for reasons. In the end, we had 8 full text studies included in the qualitative synthesis, out of which 6 of them could be included in quantitative synthesis or meta-analysis. All these 8 included studies were assessed for quality and risk of bias through CASP checklist for the randomized control trials. This checklist includes 10 questions which help to assess credibility of each study and consistency of the results. In this table, you can see the result of the CASP assessment. A master table was then created by the extracted data from the 8 included studies. We had all the qualitative and quantitative data from the 8 included studies here in this big master table. I'm sorry, the fonts are a bit small because there's too much data. The data extracted from the master table was analyzed by a descriptive analysis, and specifically marginal bone loss and survival rate are 2 outcome measures were evaluated. As you see in this table, we have the total number of patients for each loading group, the total number of the implants for each loading group, and mean marginal bone loss, which was evaluated as 0.98 for immediate loading and 0.69 for early loading, 1.4 for conventional loading. Survival rate was measured at 0.95.3% for the immediate loading, which is very good. 98.3 for early loading and 100% for conventional loading. The differences were statistically insignificant. There were sufficient data available in the end for running or performing a quantitative synthesis or meta-analysis. 6 of our included studies were included in meta-analysis, 3 of which were used for meta-analysis on marginal bone loss 1 year after the loading of the dental implants, and 3 other studies could use for performing a meta-analysis for immediate versus early loading in 1 year after the loading of the dental implants. The data, the meta-analysis on the data for marginal bone loss changes on immediate loading versus conventional loading after 1 year shows statistically insignificant differences between the two groups with the p-value of 0.35. The fixed mean standard difference for marginal bone loss was minus 0.22 with 95% confidence interval. The random mean standard mean difference for marginal bone loss was minus 0.25 on 95% confidence interval. As it goes for the meta-analysis of marginal bone loss for immediate loading versus early loading, the meta-analysis of the data showed again insignificant differences between the two groups, with this time p-value of 0.06, and the fixed standard mean difference was 0.46 with 95% confidence interval, while the random standard mean difference was 0.51 on 95% confidence interval. Again, p-value of 0.06, which shows the statistically insignificant differences between the two groups. As a conclusion, the result of this meta-analysis and systematic literature review confirms comparable outcomes between the three loading protocols of the dental implants. However, it is very important that the clinicians choose the right loading protocol in each individual case regarding the occlusal, mechanical, and biological factors. It is specifically very crucial that the right combination of the implant placement timing and implant loading protocol is chosen. Thank you for your attention, and thanks for giving me this opportunity to present my project. Thank you.
Mercedes, we have to say thank you for this nice prepared presentation. And I think it was very interesting, because most of the literature shows only in immediate loading versus conventional loading with all indications, but you exclude the full arch restoration.
Yes.
Is there any reason for that, or is this your idea or the mentor's idea, or what is the motivation to rule this out?
We decided with my mentor, of course, Dr. Nadine, she helped me so much during the whole project. We decided to exclude the full arch studies, first of all, because we wanted to narrow the the systematic literature review to the less number of the studies, because there are huge multiple number of studies researching on this topic, because it's very clinically important. And after that, most of the implants we practice in daily practice in our clinics are single implants or the bridges. So I decided to narrow the study on this type of prosthetic.
Thank you. Do you have any questions or comments to this lecture from Mercedes? Yes?
I love immediate loading as and that's why I chose this topic for my master thesis. I practice immediate loading quite a lot in my clinic, and especially in aesthetic area, the patients will be very happy to have something to go out with in the meanwhile we are waiting for the final prosthetic. But as I said, it is super crucial and important to plan the treatment in advance and choose specifically the right protocol regarding the especially quality of the bone, mechanical and biological factors for each patient to avoid failures.
Okay, yeah, here a question. Thank you.
Yes. Well, there were all the quantitative data were mentioned in most of the articles. It was a part of the method and material. When you go through the full text articles, you can see that all the implant needed, for example, to be on minimum for the immediate loading unit, usually minimum 30 to 35 centimeter torque or primary stability, and less than that for a single prosthetic, single crown. Usually you have to change the protocol for loading because it is not acceptable for immediate. But if you are working on multiple implants or bridges, of course you can go down to 10 Newton centimeters, or when you are because you are splitting several implants and it is acceptable. But generally, in the combination of the implant placement timing and implant load protocol, according, for example, ITI classification, there is no evidence, positive evidence for using early placement protocol with the immediate loading protocol, or early placement or immediate placement protocol with the early loading protocol. These two are not, there is not enough evidence on these two protocols specifically.
Okay. So I see not more questions, and I think we all are a little bit exhausted of these two lectures now when we go into the lunch break.
Yes, thank you so much.
And we are back in about 50, 45 minutes. Please enjoy. And then we are here at 1:15 again. We are 15 minutes in delay, but doesn't matter. We are open for discussions, and so not so strict on time. Thank you once again for Mercedes. So we want to have a picture now, if it's possible.
Nein, ich habe das so unten hingelegt. Das sollst du testen. Ich hab die Antenne jetzt runtergehängt. Da wechseln. Das spielt ja keine Rolle, ob sie so oder so steht. Nur, das sollte es eigentlich.
Das haben wir Pointer für nächste Jahr. Laptop? You have a laptop, right?
Yes.
You have a laptop for the
Can
HDMI?
I check before,
Yeah.
because after the lunch I will be presenter. So I just want to check if everything is
For the
okay.
Mac, right? Perfect. Direkt treffen wir uns vor Ort, also in der Zentrale. Hier brauchen wir nichts. Haben wir was zu tun hier? No?
Nee, wir brauchen nur einen Laptop, den wir mitnehmen können.
Okay. Wie viele Laptop brauchen wir? Zwei, oder?
Vielleicht einen Backup-Laptop.
Zwei, vier oder
Ja,
drei?
zwei, nein. Und ich bin eh schon früher da. Ich muss um 9 da sein und die Veranstaltungstechnik findet mich in der Eisenhower.
Yeah, thank you very much. It's okay? Where is the photo, man?
Geht das irgendwo hinten, dass es nicht so komisch aussieht? Vielleicht so.
So thank you very much coming back in time after the small lunch break. And it's an honor for me to introduce you now the next speaker. It's also an alumni, but it's now a little bit new. It's not an alumni from the MY, because I already mentioned before that we have now 2 programs more. Unfortunately, we start small time before the COVID period is coming. So it's 2019, and then 2020, you know, we have all this disaster. But nevertheless, he is coming from the Master of Aesthetic Dentistry, and it's Tiberius Christian Kuhn from Switzerland, and he ran the second master course in Master of Aesthetic Dentistry, and it has the same format like the Master of All Implantology, but of course with another scope and target. Focused on in aesthetics in the all medicine from different perspectives, and he is also working in Switzerland, his own office in Zug now, huh? And Christian will show us now long-term data. And of course, aesthetic soft tissue outcome. So not the bone and the bone resorption and all what we are familiar to do with, as implantologists. He's looking on the aesthetics and the soft tissue, and he wants to know what happens after 5 years long-term run if you do immediate placement and restoration, right? So the stage is for you. Thank you for coming. Thank you for accepting our invitation, and we are really looking forward for your data and your insights. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Weigel, for inviting me. I apologize, I have a cold. So in case I faint, don't worry, it's just a cold. I live and work in Switzerland, in the canton of Zug, and my practice is in Steinhausen. And I'm here to present then the soft tissue outcome on immediate implantation in a long-term follow-up of more than 5 years. As you already know, our job is basically a lifelong success for our patients. So if we don't have data that's over 5 years, preferably over 10 years, we can really make true recommendations to our patients. There is an increasing trend toward immediate implant placement in the aesthetic zone. It's to minimize the time between tooth extraction and restoration. And the importance of not only implant survival, but also long-term aesthetic outcomes, especially in high lip line and gingival smile region. There is a lack of long-term studies of more than 5 years evaluating the soft tissue. Most of them are focused on short-term, less than 3 years, of course, because they are easier to do. But the short-term studies have shown some aesthetic improvement. Long-term studies consequences are still unclear. There is a need for reliable long-term data to establish evidence-based guidelines for clinical practice. I guess you're all familiar with the type of implants placement and loading. I'm going to focus on the immediate placement and immediate loading. The purpose was to determine if the literature provides reliable long-term data over 5 years. And the aim was to identify which clinical factors, such as the use of connecting tissue grafts, platform switching, immediate provisionalization, if they have a positive impact on long-term aesthetics or not. In total, there were 139 studies found, but only 3 studies met the criteria. You are basically all familiar with the immediate implant placement. As you can see, let me see if I can hit the button right. Yeah. So this is basically just the implant placement with connective tissue graft, and bone augmentation, and also with immediate provisionalization. The inclusion criteria were randomized clinical trials, controlled clinical trials, prospective and retrospective cohort studies, more than 10 patients per study, single tooth replacement, quantitative outcomes, more than 5-year follow-up, and of course, English language. The exclusion criteria: animal studies, studies on non-oral implants or materials, and studies on intraoral soft tissues not related to implants, studies on other dental specializations, and as the outcome measures, mid-facial peri-implant mucosa level, papilla height and interproximal peri-implant mucosa, implant survival, and aesthetic evaluation. Of course, the most important aspect at the end of the day for us is the patient-reported outcome. The oldest long-term study was conducted by Bianchi when his scope was to assess the long-term effectiveness of immediate implant placement combined with a CTG for a single tooth replacement over 9 years. In total, 116 individuals split into two groups. Control group, only 20 people, and 96 in the test group that received the combined treatment, immediate implant placement plus connective tissue graft. Implant placement, the connective tissue graft, the suture to stabilize the CTG, and then after a time of osseoid integration, the soft tissues are completely restored, which is basically what we are all aiming for when placing an implant, especially an immediately placed implant. Study design: patient observation period up to 9 years. Some of the people didn't show up in the end. Some people die. That's another problem with such long studies. But in the end, as you can see here, the measures that we're taking were the probing depth, probing attachment level, distance from implant to bone, emergence line alignment, and keratinized mucosa. In every study, the name that the author used were different, but basically they all measure the same thing: the buccal peri-implant mucosa levels. As you can see, they were split into 3 groups because, as I was telling you about, not all made it to the end. 1 to 3 years, 3 to 6 years, and 6 to 9 years. These are the treatment values. These are the changes in the mucosa, whether equal or less to 1 millimeter. And these are the values that were over 1 millimeter. These are basically referring to the patients that got the CTG, and the other 2 columns referring to the test group patients. As you can see, after 6 to 9 years, there was a minimal increase in treatment values that were over 1 millimeter change in the soft tissue compared to the test group, which were way higher. 20% superior in preserving crown alignment in all the groups with the connective tissue graft. On the basis of the present results, one may conclude that single tooth replacement by solid screw ITI implants into fresh extraction socket in association with CTG using autologous connective tissue graft is a predictable treatment, as demonstrated by the 100% implant survival rates over 9 years. And taking into consideration the results assessing the good peri-implant status of both soft and hard tissue, this study shows that the proposed clinical treatment may be considered as a simple and safe system to reach functional and aesthetic restorations with a high degree of success. The second long-term study was conducted by Canolo. This was over a 10-year period. It was a prospective control randomized double-blind clinical study conducted at 2 private dental practices. And the outcome variables were related to survival rates of implants and prostheses, marginal bone loss around the implants, and periodontal indices measured at 10 years after prosthetic loading. This is the clinical sequence in the control group. This is the preoperative view, post-extraction and immediate implant with the collagen sponge here at the time of taking the impression, provisional crown. This is the cementation of the definitive crown, and this is the measurement taken afterwards with also a periapical radiograph. This was at 2 years' time. He didn't use in this case the platform switch. He used the same platform that was indicated by the implant producer, and this one was with using the platform switch. You can clearly see the difference in the bone resorption. I'm gonna move on to the same slide, the next slide. Here you can clearly see the difference after 10 years. No platform switch with platform switch. Same cases, the x-rays you can actually tell in comparison to the old ones that the patients also underwent other problems with the neighboring teeth. Actually, in both cases, they got crowns for the neighboring teeth, but the implants were still stable after 10 years, just the bone resorption was present. Linear correlation presenting the soft tissue buccal peri-implant mucosa levels gain after 2 and 10 years. You can clearly see that the test group has lower success. The control group, sorry, than the test group. And a box plot presenting the same thing. You can see here there was actually a gain, and here was a loss in both, in a bone level. This double-blind RCT demonstrated that immediate single implant restoration rehabilitated with the platform switching protocol may provide peri-implant alveolar bone level stability and avoid continuous soft tissue shrinkage after 10 years of prosthetic loading compared to platform matching restoration. The third and last study was done by Slackler, and he tried to compare the marginal bone level changes around implant immediately placed and immediately provisionalized implant versus those with delayed provisionalization in the aesthetic region after 5 years. 40 patients split into 2 groups. Follow-up period of 5 years post-function. This is the intraradiograph and cone beam CT of group A, immediate implant placement, immediate provisionalization in position 2-2 after 5 years in function. And this is the same photograph of the implant placed in position 2-2 after 5 years in function. The assessment methods were periapical radiograph for bone level measurement, cone beam, and to measure the bone before extraction at baseline and after 5 years. Aesthetic assessment was conducted using digital photography, and they used the PES score, so the pink aesthetic score and white aesthetic score. I guess you're all familiar with it. Changes in marginal bone level from implant placement baseline to 1 month and to 60 months, and changes in marginal soft tissue level from preoperative to 1 month and to 60 months. As you can see, this is the baseline of group A, and this is the mean change from group A, group B, and this is the marginal bone level changes, and these are the marginal soft tissue level changes. The changes aren't that clear, so you can clearly measure them, but there isn't a big difference between them. Between the excuse me, between the 2 study groups. but after a 5-year evaluation, only significant and clinically irrelevant, unfortunately, difference was that the implants of the immediate provisionalization group were buccally covered by a slightly thicker layer of bone. So in this case, it wasn't that conclusive that it's worth doing it, but in my opinion, and I guess you agree with me, when it comes to the quality of life for the patients, immediate provisionalization, especially in the front area, it's definitely a must nowadays. No meta-analysis could be performed because of lack of heterogeneity. Research reveals that the combination of immediate implant placement in an extraction socket with an autogenous connective tissue graft and platform switching is supposed to be beneficial for long-term aesthetic outcomes. Immediate single implant restorations using a platform switching protocol can maintain peri-implant alveolar bone stability and prevent ongoing soft tissue shrinkage. The impact of immediate provisionalization on long-term soft tissue outcomes remain unclear. The literature on aesthetic long-term success after immediate implant placement lacks reliable data, mainly due to limited long-term studies. As a result, future guidelines for daily practice are not feasible due to the dearth of scientific data. But nonetheless, these studies suggest that connective tissue grafting and platform switching has a positive impact on long-term aesthetic outcomes for immediately placed implants, aligning with current treatment recommendations. I guess you're all familiar with the ITI consensus statements. These are a couple of excerpts. Immediate placement with immediate loading and immediate placement with early loading are clinically documented protocols, while immediate placement with conventional loading is scientifically and clinically valid protocol. When considering placement loading protocols, there are factors that can prevent the accomplishment of the intended treatment. They include patient-related factors, lack of primary stability, and the need for bone augmentation. Latest ITI clinical recommendations, also a couple of excerpts. Implant placement and loading protocol should be planned prior to tooth extraction. The selection of the implant placement and loading protocol should be based on achieving predictable outcomes. Long-term hard and soft tissue stability, optimal aesthetics, reduce risks of complications, and meet the patient-specific and site-related criteria. Alternative treatment modalities should be in place as part of the planning and consent process. And patient-centered benefits of the different implant placements, loading protocols, and associated risks should be considered. Type 1A protocol, what we basically discussed today, should only be considered when there are patient-centered advantages. As a complex surgical and prosthodontic procedure, it should only be performed by clinicians with a high level of clinical skill and experience, and when the following clinical conditions are met: intact socket walls, facial bone wall at least 1 millimeter in thickness, thick soft tissue, no acute infection at the site, although other studies show that, for example, this retrospective analysis of dental implants immediately placed in extraction sockets with periapical pathology, the success rate was 97.2. But this is all very clinician dependent. If we don't clean out the socket perfectly, then the issues arise. This is why it's not recommended in the ITI clinical recommendations. The availability to provide primary stability, insertion torque of 25 to 40, and or an ISQ value of 70. An occlusal scheme which allows for protection of the provisional restoration during function, and of course, as usual, our biggest problem, patient compliance. Late implant placement is the least desirable option due to the risk of alveolar ridge resorption and reduction in bone volume, as well as extended treatment time. When late placement is the indication for patient on-site related reason, an alveolar ridge preservation procedure is recommended. Thank you for your attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christian. So now we have the insight in these three main publications, right?
Yes.
And of course, open this lecture to discussion, questions. Nobody? You agree with this data from these three papers? Or you see? No, first we discuss about the three papers, and then I think we should discuss the ITI statements he placed here in his lecture, which is okay. But the MY is mostly, and the MED perhaps also not so absolutely straight following these recommendations, because they are consensus based, and in a consensus based, it's like if you bring together politicians from 5 different parties and then they make a consensus, it's saying nothing in the end. So this is a problem, and this is always with a consensus report or a consensus statement. It's that you have to follow all the opinions which are existing in the community of oral implantology, and therefore these recommendations is a little bit for undergraduates that you have in the textbook, because if you follow this, you have a very rare indication, because if I have this situation from the consensus, I can only extract sound T's, and in a sound T's I have this. But if I have to exclude inflammation, if I have to exclude thin buccal bone walls, if I have to exclude missing buccal bone walls, so it's scaling down, and then on 100 cases where there's an indication for extraction, a real indication for a hopeless teeth, you only can place in one the implant, because it's a trauma. Yeah, because you have smashed the root by a trauma, then you have a thick biotype, then you have a thick bone left, and so on. But this is another discussion. But first of all, we go through the three papers he mentioned, and he's selecting it with his exclusive criteria. 5 years was one of them. And you see the data, and nicely presented. Thank you again for this. A lot of work what you have to do to prepare this kind of presentation if you're not doing it every day. What do you think about these three papers? Do you have any comment on it? You.
Excuse me, I didn't catch the last part. Well, definitely if there is insufficient bone. That's the main criteria that I use. If I remove the tooth and I see there's like a big hole in the buccal bone, or if the buccal bone is not present at all, even if I get the couple of millimeters, as they recommended, 3 millimeters fixation in the bone, it's still a problematic in my case because of patient's compliance. So as much as you tell the patients to be careful when they eat, when they bite on it, if it looks like a real tooth, they have the tendency to forget that they shouldn't put any pressure on it for a couple of months. Otherwise, I use connective tissue grafts if I have sufficient bone, just to make sure that everything is okay. And I'm transitioning now from immediate provisionalization to immediate provisionalization with immediate loading. And I don't have any long-term data to tell you about, but it works fine. Yeah. But patient compliance, that's the most important thing that I see. That's what gives me the most problems in everyday work.
Yeah, you mean that patients promise you that you don't open
beer
bottle
balls. I actually ended up telling the patients they aren't even allowed to bite in a piece of bread and pull. I keep explaining to them that if they bite down on something, it's okay, but don't pull. If you pull, that's it. Yeah. No, no. Yeah. Yeah. I actually have a patient that she's a grinder and she also has other health problems. So she's on a lot of pain medication. She doesn't even realize how strong her bite is. And because I saw when she came over, it was actually a ceramic implant, and it was already a little bit moving after a month. So I had to put a guard behind it, like a periodontal guard, to fix it to the neighboring teeth, just so she doesn't put any pressure with the tongue on the implant. Just came to me how to try to stop her from doing that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
please come back to the soft tissue. This was a central topic.
Yeah.
And we have now the outcome. You mentioned it. And what do you think is the main, let me say, point that we get a long-term outcome for a soft tissue? What is your thinking after you read all these papers, you excluded, you included, you'll be an expert now. What is the main factor that you get predictable soft tissue outcome on the long-term run?
CTG.
Sorry?
A CTG. I
CTG.
always do a connective tissue graft in the front.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. CTG. You follow this recommendation? Not all the time. Okay, in medicine you should never say always and never say never.
I like to be on the safe side.
Yeah, okay.
In
Okay, as I
Switzerland,
see,
because the patients pay out of pockets, they want clear results in the end.
Absolutely clear, but this is worldwide the same, not only in Switzerland. So the CTG, is of course a protocol which is really give us predictable results on the long-term run. We know that from a lot of papers, lectures, and Otto Suhr was the day before yesterday here. However, the point is, these papers are stating the protocols which we use in the past, definitely. Yeah. So if you read a meta-analysis and a literature review, you're always looking in the past. This is normal.
Yeah.
And now we have the presence, and we should also look in the future. And now we have to ask why we need the CTG, and perhaps what is the reason that we can perhaps not using it so much like you now, or what is the reason? Yeah, we want to have no recession, right? So this is clear. What is the main reason for recession in soft tissue? Do you know? Sorry? I don't understand you. Lack of the bone, yeah. I believe this for more than 25 years. I don't believe it anymore in case of... No, the most not cited reason for soft tissue recession is the flap rising. This is because it's not aware, because we work every day with flap rising, because otherwise we can't work. We can't place implants, we can't place membranes, we can place bone substitute. Yeah, this is a tool we need every day, and therefore it's clear that we have to think about protocols and therapy protocols with CTG that we can overcome the problem that a flap rising is causing recession of the soft tissue, especially in the buccal side, especially in high aesthetic zone. Therefore, in my opinion, if we repeat your lecture in 5-10 years, and I hope we will do that, and you are still in science, and then we have literature looking in the past, yeah, then you will see that the main factor flap rising, if you can avoid in some of the cases, not in all, you get out of these problems with thick biotype, with need of CTG and so on, because this is the main reason that the soft tissue have a resorption, not the missing bone. And I think this will change also the future in the therapy concepts a lot. And we will see. We have not reliable data. We have some of the data, especially with flapless design, and flapless design is combined with guided surgery, and we hear in the morning guided surgery 2%. So where we have the cases, so meaning 98% are still working with flaps, and therefore the majority does flaps, and majority have to use CTG. But the main point is in the MOI and MED, if the majority do something, it's not always the situation that the majority do the right. Because I was a majority 20 years ago to do this and that protocol, and I was in the stream of the majority, and nowadays I know this was not good. Okay? So we have to be reflected in this way. Then we come to the second part, to the ITI consent status. Yeah, especially in Switzerland, they have a big impact on that, especially if you have failures, and then you go to a court, and then they say, hey, we have here ITI statements. You don't follow them, then you're killed. Yeah. So this is another point of view. What do you think about these statements? They're made by really great guys and experts and so on, so don't misunderstand me. They are really good in this way. They have a lot of work behind. But in the end, you have the statement. What do you think about that? Sorry? Yeah, conservative. Conservative is sometimes good, sometimes bad. This is not the point. If you mean conservative in the way to go out of any risk, yeah, then you're right, and we have to use the term conservative. But then we have to define what's risk. What is risk? Yeah. If you define risk in the same way, because we are in the literature we are a little bit biased and brainwashed, because implant loss is a disaster. Yeah. If you mention this risk, the ITI consent conferences are really focused on this risk not to lose an implant. This will be a disaster, and this you can measure. Yeah, implant is lost. Every court and every lawyer can measure, okay, this implant is lost, you're the bad guy. The next is the success rate. What is success? Is success rate this or that? No, the success rate is that the patient has a good feeling that the aesthetic is okay. And this is, we have the soft tissue. Yeah, and this ITI consensus status is also now relating to the soft tissue. You made it very nice. But they want to have no risk for that. That soft tissue has not a big risk. However, if you look really closely to the ITI statements, and you want not to have any risk for soft tissue failures, I have only a small amount of cases you can do.
That's the Swiss way. No risk.
This is what
you take no risks. You have no issues.
and therefore, the Otto Suhr has yesterday a very nice wording. He say we have to share the risk with the patient. We have to give him the hand and say, okay, guy, the literature tells us you be out of the boundary of risk-free treatment. Yeah. So what we now do is, we can have a risk that you have a recession of soft tissue on the long term, around 5 years. Yeah, it can be. If you want to go out of this risk, we cannot do that. And then we have to go in another way. Then you have to wait 1.5 years for your implant, because we have first extracting, then we have to make an overbuilding, what we learned from Daniel Buser, then have we connective tissue graft, and then we have a huge alveolar ridge on the heel side, and then we can place an implant, and then we can make connective tissue graft. So after 1.5 year journey, we have a higher probability to get good aesthetic outcomes together with a prosto like Belzer and a nice dental technician. But this journey takes you 1.5 years and costs you minimum 8,000, 9,000 euro. Okay, then you'll be out of the risk. If you want to do that, yes. If you want to go a little bit in the risk because we don't have data on that, yeah, then we make a handshake. Otherwise, we cannot do anything. Therefore, you cannot have everything. So the ITI consents treatment guides are not wrong. They only gives you the border for the risks. That's it. And you have to define the risk together with the patient. And if you be consequent and you want not to go out of the border, it takes you to the situation you can't treat the patient, or it's extremely massive invasive and extremely expensive and extremely on the long-term run. This is the reality. But it's a very good way that in a lecture also these statements are coming to have here a discussion point. Any more questions? Sorry, I have to say that. It's a small presentation on that, but I like this preparation of the presentations a lot. And hopefully, 5-10 years later, we'll see if you if you avoid flaps, then you'll be on low risk of recession or zero risk. We have done not zero bone loss concept. Yeah, we have done zero soft tissue recession concept, named on Christian Thun. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we make a short photo, but meanwhile, Hirsch, the next lecturer, can build up his notebook, and we need the certificate from your folder, and we can make a photo. Social media. We learned from Marcus. Social media will replace science. So now we give in the future not a certificate of Master of Science and a Master of Social Media. Martin, our first keynote lecturer, Martin is telling us that the science in the oral community or in the oral implant community was more and more replaced by social media. Because everybody followed this recommendation in the social media instead following the scientific based data. Unfortunately. Okay. Okay, so the next lecturer, the title is
Title is
waiting,
long.
yeah. Yeah, it's Hirsch, and Hirsch is telling me in the breaks about his special situation. Yeah, a special situation means not to have all the equipments available, not to have all the materials available, because he's working in Iraq with this past where something is not going perfectly. And we are also happy that you are here because of this visa problems, but he applying really 1 year ago. And therefore, we are happy to have you here in person. And he is now showing cases and treatment concept, which is far away from digital way. But we learn on Marco's lecture that still now there is not any kind of literature which is proving that if you use digital workflows, that on the long-term outcome there is any difference on the long-term outcome. It will come soon later, perhaps with a soft tissue, flapless surgery, with the minimal invasiveness, what we see in the morning, and we see things also in the afternoon. But today, we have no long-term data which giving you a difference. Therefore, the analog way is still a treatment concept which has a nice place, especially if you don't have these equipments. Yeah, and the patients are there and they want to have fixed teeth, and they are in a bad situation. And I think he make a good job in this way, because he show you implants placed and immediately restored with the so-called intraoral welding technique, which is mostly not introduced, but it's made scientific-based working by Marco Di Cidi, yeah, which is also now get by Dentsply Sirona, and these are the options we have for this kind of non-digital way. So we are happy to have you here for your retrospective clinical analysis, I think on your own cases.
Yes.
Yeah. So please, the stage is for you, Hersh.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paul. My name is Hersh Sherwani. I got my BDS and MSc in orthodontics in Hawler Medical University in Erbil, which is a city in Kurdistan region of Iraq. Lately, I got MSc degree here from the Goethe University, and I am now a key opinion leader for the AIM Academy. I would like to thank the organizers of this Congress and the whole MOI team, including the lecturers and the staff, which I learned too much from them, especially Dr. Paul Weigel and my supervisor, Dr. Nadine. I am here to present to you my topic, which is about the immediate rehabilitation of the edentulous jaws using a one-piece dental implant system with intraoral welding. When I was in an MOI, I have the idea to collect too many papers about the one-piece implant, but unfortunately we don't get too much. I presented the idea to Dr. Nadine. She told me that to do a study on this implant to collect the literature. So the time was limited. We have no time to do a prospective studies on this implant, but when I started to put these implants in 2018, I have too much data in my clinic, so we decided to make a retrospective clinical analysis about this implant. This is my clinic. I treated the cases here and the study I did here also. Introduction. All of you know that edentulism is a common problem, at least in my country, in Iraq, because of low socio-economical status, because of lack of comprehensive health insurance system. And historically, several approaches have been tried for rehabilitation of edentulous jaws, and the most common one was removable complete denture. After development of the dental implants, implant-supported prosthesis was become popular, which either may be delayed, progressive, early, or immediate loading. It was thought before that osseointegration needs 3 to 6 months to be happen. So that's why the delayed loading was more popular before. Later on, it was found that micromotion, if you control the micromotion, you can immediately load the dental implants. That's why immediate loading became popular also. And nowadays, there are several publishing studies about the immediate loading, which is successful. So if the micromotion is the key point to how to control the micromotion, you know, we have several approaches to control the micromotion. And one of the most effective one in the literature is the intraoral welding. Intraoral welding is not new. It is firstly invented by Mondani, which is an Italian guy, in 1982. This is the Mondani, and this is his intraoral welding machine. And this is the modern intraoral welding machine which I use in my clinic now. Quickly to show you the types of dental implants. According to material, we have titanium and zirconia. According to how they attach to the bone, we have subperiosteal, we have endosteal, and we have zygoma, intraoral endosteal implant. But the most common endosteal implant is the two-piece, or what we said the multi-piece implant, which what we call conventional, which is composed of the body and the abutment in separated part. And there is the least common one, which is the monoblock or one-piece or monophasic implant, in which the abutment and the body of the implant is connected together. I think this implant is not popular in Europe, but in my country now it's becoming popular. The system that I used is the mono implant system, which made from Switzerland. It have different designs of the implants and surface treatments. Immediate loading of dental implant with intraoral welding. It can be used for both two-piece and one-piece implant. If we search in the literature, we can find several studies about the immediate loading of dental implants for the two-piece implants. Most of them are done by DGD and NARDI. They published several studies, but for the one-piece implant, despite of their long history, as you know that one-piece implant, I heard from one of my colleagues that they said the one-piece implant is a new implant, but it's really not a new. It is the oldest type of the implant. For example, the Tramonte Sicru, which is belong to 1958, and they are still used today now. So it is not a new, but if we search in the literature, we cannot find any published data, especially about the protocol that I used. I found no studies about the protocol that I used, so we found this as a gap in the literature, and the aim of this study was to fill this gap and to evaluate the effectiveness of immediately loaded one-piece dental implants and comparing their result to that of the published two-piece implants, whether to see also the one-piece implants are successful or not. So for the studies, we included any case underwent edentulous jaw rehabilitation in Lausanne Dental Clinic, which is my clinic. We included only the full arch cases because my colleague, Dr. Mercedes, excluded the full arch cases. So I only included the full arch cases. And also we include the cases of bone atrophy, the periodontitis, the systemic disease, the smokers. Every cases that treated with one-piece implant with intraoral welding are included in the study. The only exclusion criteria was the cases treated with bisphosphonate and cases of radiotherapy, which I remember it was only 2 to 3 cases. So the data of 237 edentulous arch, full arcs I mean, are retrieved, in which 1,971 mono implants was placed into their arches, and we calculated these data to show you shortly how the implants or how the protocol was performed. I put one case for you. Every cases are treated like this because every cases are treated by me, so the protocol is the same for all of the cases. This is one of the cases. Come to me like this. If you look at the bone in the OPG, especially in the posterior area, they lack too much bone, the teeth were mobile. This was the intraoral situation. On the CBCT, if you look at the bone, for example, upper left side, we have atrophic jaw. In the anterior, the ridge was very narrow. In the posterior right side, also we lack the bone. In the lower right, lower anterior, the bone was also knife edge, and the lower left, the bone like this. We extracted all of the teeth. We placed the implants flapless, freehand, no guide, no static, no dynamic, freehand like this. This is immediately after extraction and implant placement. We make an intraoral welding for the implants. This is the composite put on the implant until we finish the prosthesis in order not to traumatize the tongue of the patient. This is what it looks on the OPG. the implants.
One question. Meaning that you place these implants flapless?
Yes, 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 yes. It's
And
flapless.
freehand.
Freehand.
Oh
Yes.
my God. Later in the lecture, because this is a combination which is very rare described, and so we have to mention it also.
Okay, we will discuss. Yes, in the discussion. So I will show you the example on the CBCT after placement to imagine how the implants are placed. For example, this implant. This is one of the example of the. This is the implant that we used the bone palatal to the sinus. I mean sinus bypass. This is the example of the pterygoid implant. If you see the tip of the implant into the pterygoid space. This is the lower right posterior. This is the lower anterior, and this is the left posterior region. After that, we will make a PMMA prosthesis, and we will immediately load the implants. After 3 to 6 months, we will remove the prosthesis. We will remove the intraoral welding to check the implants. The implants will look like this after 3 to 6 months. If we have a sound to, I don't know how to. Yes, yes, yes. I like I like this sound because it is like hard rock. Then the final prosthesis will be placed. So after 3 to 6 months of the loading, every implant will be checked for the survival success and failure rate depending on the criteria. For example, any implant which have a pain or tenderness, suppuration, or clinical mobility is considered failure. Any implant with no of these signs symptoms is considered successful. I mean it's osseointegrated. And then we will take an X-ray to compare the marginal bone loss. So every case, when we put the implants, we will take immediately after placement of the implant the X-ray. After 3 to 6 months, we will take another X-ray. Then we will compare these two X-rays to record the marginal bone loss. This was the result. For example, this table have too much data, but the main findings is the overall success rate of these implants was 96% after 3 to 6 months. I mean that 96% of the implants were osteointegrated. For the upper, the success rate was 95.1%. For the lower, the success rate was 97%. And the difference between them was statistically significant. The implants placed in the healed or non-extracted site, because we put the implants after extraction, and in some cases the ridge was healed, we will put the implants flapless. For the implant that we placed in the non-extracted or healed site, the success rate was 97%. For the extracted site was 96.1%, and the difference was statistically non-significant. For the marginal bone loss, the overall marginal bone loss was 0.49 millimeters. The mean marginal bone loss for the upper implants was 0.46 millimeter. The marginal bone loss for the lower was 0.54 millimeter. The difference was statistically significant. The marginal bone loss for the healed site or non-extracted site was 0.49 millimeter, and the bone loss in the extracted site was 0.35 millimeter, and the difference was statistically significant. This was important clinical point of view. So if we like to maintain the bone, it's better to put the implant immediately after extraction. No, on OPGs, yes. The main findings, the overall survival rate was 100%. I mean survival, every implant was present in the oral cavity after 3 to 6 months, which is due to the welding. No implant was lost. The overall success rate was 96% and the mean marginal bone loss was 0.49 millimeter. Comparing to that of the two-piece implant, which as I said, we have too much published data about two-piece dental implants. The success rate I found in the literature for the two-piece implant was ranged from 90 to 100%. Our result was 96%, which was within these results. The mean marginal bone loss for the published two-piece implant was 0.21 to 1.39 millimeter. Our result was 0.49 millimeter, which is slightly, the results of the two-piece is higher than our result. And this may be due to the two-piece implant design. You know the two-piece implant design, most of the times we put these implants with opening of the flap, as Dr. said before, because if we raise the flap, we will lose the bone. And the other point about two-piece implant, the abutment junction is one of the causative factor for the marginal bone loss, and this difference may be due to this. But generally speaking, comparing of this result to our result should be done in caution because of the difference in the study design and the inclusion and exclusion criteria. As they in the published study about the two-piece implant, they do not include any cases with systemic disease, for example diabetes mellitus, or the smokers, or the boxers, or the cases of low bone quality. But in our study we included all of these cases. Any cases treated in our clinic from 2018 to 2024, I mean within the range of 6 years, are included in the study. So comparing these results may be not logical. Conclusion. Within the limitations of this study, the high success rate, which was 96%, combined it with the minimum marginal bone loss, which was 0.49 millimeter, it can be concluded that immediate rehabilitation of edentulous jaw using one-piece dental implant system with intraoral welding can be considered a convenient and effective way for rehabilitation of the edentulous jaws. Comparing with the results found in the literature for the two-piece dental implant system, the use of one-piece dental implant system is effective as two-piece dental implant system in treating edentulous jaw, and may be more effective and suitable for medically compromised and bone atrophied cases. Future outlook. While the study provides encouraging result and benefit in terms of immediacy, reduced morbidity, reduced treatment time, and enhanced patient satisfaction, however, further researches with the longer follow-up periods are necessary because our follow-up period is only for 3 to 6 months. We don't know what will happen after 5 years. So further studies are needed to evaluate the long-term success and potential complications of this treatment protocol and to validate these findings. Thank you very much.
Kannst du Licht bitte aufmachen? Hirsch, thank you very much for this well presented, very structured lecture, and you do a lot of work in that because it's not your daily business to make lectures. Thank you very much. And also for showing your treatment concept. And of course, I think the discussion of this lecture takes more time than the lecture.
Exactly.
Definitely. Because you have so many questions on you. But before I try to bother you with my questions, I think the audience has the first choice to ask you. And of course, we do it in a scientific, very nice way, because you do it a little bit in another way than the other one, right?
Yes.
And that is always interesting for me, because in our MOI we have 90 countries, and a lot of we have all the kind of races and entities and religions and so on, and everybody has his own therapy concept. But in the end, what is counting is that the patient has in the end a fixed restoration and is happy. This we have to respect also in your treatment, which is not following the eye to eye guidance, definitely
Yes.
not. And the next is, especially in your country, I think if we now send these persons to Germany, to Switzerland, to London, they cannot afford it. Yeah, so it's also affordable therapy concept, and this we have to keep in mind if you now make your aggressive questions, because we have to serve the patient and not our own goals and targets, and we have to serve also that they get good treatment. So in the last 10 years, I think a lot about democratizing of implantology, because what we know now is that every year we have 4 billion missing teeth. 2 billion of these missing teeth has access to dental care. The other 2 billions we don't talk about. They are never in a lecture, never in a publication, never in a study. They are not there. From these 2 billions, yeah, we have 200 millions which can afford an implant. And every year, 20 million implants are placed. So remember, 200 millions can have an implant, but only 20 millions get it. So there's a big gap between the needs of the patients and what we are supplying. And of course, every treatment concept which is giving us an option that more patients can have the luck to have fixed teeth are welcome. And this is the reason that I invite you. I know all this before, and I know also how we manage it, because unfortunately, Markus Strolch has to go in the morning, yeah, because he shows us a very expensive dynamic guided treatment concept, yeah, because this dynamic costs you about 40, 50, 60,000 bucks. And yeah, you don't need that. You can do flapless with your own therapy concept. We will discuss later. So please start with all your questions, with all your reflex that this cannot be. And this is the reason that we make this kind of congress, new innovation jumps in oral implantology. And this is a small innovation. So I think you were the first one. But the lady was the first, sorry. Oh, okay. You're the first.
Thank you. Yeah, yes, I told you it's logically difficult to compare between the studies and our studies, because those studies, they yes they use different techniques. The most I mean popular one was the paralleling periapical radiographs, but for the they have different publishments. For example, they follow the cases for 1 year, for 2 years, for even 5 years to see what will happen. But most of these studies was prospective, so they choose the cases according to the predetermined criteria. For example, enough amount of the bone, no systemic disease, no bruxas, no. Even they do not include the cases of low torque. For example, in some of my cases, even the zero torque is included, because I just put the implant and I weld it with the other implant. So the implant, if there is no mobility, if you control the micromotion, the osseointegration will happen. So it's difficult to compare, and most of these studies, they are prospective. Ours was retrospective, and one of the weak points of this study is the retrospectiveness of the study.
Okay. So, who was the next one? I don't. The lady now. I have a right choice.
Never, never. You just cut it with the metal cutting bear. We just cut the welding wire. No, 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 no. We weld it with the implant. Then we will cut and remove it. The welding wire is also titanium. Is also titanium.
So
you can
it's a
leave
wire.
it, but there is difficulty. There is difficulty for making a prosthesis with the wire. So in some clinicians, even they don't remove the wire. They put the wire and they put the prosthesis, but it's difficult. Yes, the bar. No, we will connect direct with the implant because we cannot remove it. Only the only way is to cut the wire. At this moment is 1,600 degrees centigrade, but it's not reached into the bone, of course, because the welding process happen within milliseconds, within milliseconds. So
Okay, I think.
so the concentration point, the heat generation is only in the point that you apply the welding, not transferred into the bone.
Oh. The point is the following. He mentioned the inventor of the interwelding, yeah? So it's meaning that you have a wire and then electrodes, like in the automotive garage, yeah, to repair a crash car. And then you weld it with current, right? And Marco Decidi was the guy the first one who investigated this in a lot of studies, in vitro, in vivo, clinically, that it's safe, yeah, because all the oral community has the same, let me say, bad feelings if we can do this really internally. And so Marco Decidi has really ruled out all these problems for overheating, for danger, that the current can have some problem in this. The only thing what is remaining, and we have to say that, yeah, if you follow now the intraoral welding, that in case you want to have a general anesthesia and you do it with gas, and then you make intraoral welding during that, it can be exploding. This has happened once in the United States.
Yes.
Therefore, they rule out now not to do intraoral welding in case you have not ketamine or so you have the laughing gas. Yeah.
Inflammable environment. It's
this is only because you have some eroding function, and this is the only risk you have additionally to other points. Yeah. So even a heart pacemaker is not an exclusion. Yeah, it's even that. So it's very safe, and so don't worry about that. This is not the issue. We have a lot of other issues, but this is really safe today that the intraoral welding is working, and one of the biggest company, Dentsply Sirona, is also selling this. So that means it has all these medical device regulations and clearance from the FDA, from the CE, that you can rely that this is really safe. Okay. So next question, please.
Yes. It's crazy. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, exactly. When I firstly participated in a course about these implants, all of these questions was in my mind because I placed more than 3,000 two-piece implants also from 2010 to 2018. When I shifted to this implant, I have all of these questions in my mind, but you need the time. You need the time to get experienced because the most important point is the tactile sensation. When you prepare the implant site, you should have a tactile sensation that you are within the bone or not. You will reach the cortical bone or not. You are entering into the space or not. The second point is your CBCT, is your dynamic guide, which is your fingers. In most of the cases, the cases are severely atrophic. So when you take the ridge like that and you prepare, you will feel even before the perforation, you will feel the vibration of the bear. The second point is that these implants are self-cutting, self-driving implants. That means you do not need to prepare the implant site like two-piece implant. It's a sequence of the drills you have. In 90% of the cases, I use only single drill, which is 2 millimeter. The implant is self-cutting, self-driving. So if you have a CBCT, you have a good tactile sensation, and you have a knowledge, you can put these implants easily, but of course there is a learning curve. So I am reaching now, I think I am closing to 10,000 implants I placed of these implants. 2,000 is included in my study, but so I got too much experience. I don't know, for the beginner, I think it is difficult, it's complicated, and you cannot imagine how to put these implants.
Yeah, the point is, this is a Switzerland-made implant. Yeah?
Yes.
So the quality is high. You have a CE marking. Secondly, the measurement is the fingers you put on the alveolar ridge, you already say. And this is the feeling, and you cannot educate the feeling. I don't know if you have an education format. So it's a little bit discussion how many perforations you have that you will have this learning curve back, and these poor patients who have the perforation. I don't know. But nevertheless, this feeling is of course a very important, let me say, feedback where you are. Secondly, this one-piece implant is not new. In Europe, as I was growing up 30 years ago, this implant was very popular. It's called in Germany Bauer screw or Bauer Schraube, which is self-cutting and in one piece. And it was exactly the same placed like but only in one indication, and it was in the lateral incisor where we have small gap, and the Bauer screw was only 2.5 millimeter or 2 millimeter in the wide diameter, and they do it exactly the same. It's like a cork, putting in the wine cork, these implants are working tremendously good. Without one exception, they are fracturing because they are so small in diameter. But you use a lot and you splinted it, so I think the fracture is not a big issue for you.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so we have now the next question: why you can make it flapless? Okay, because of his two fingers feeling something, but we don't know exactly because nobody is educated for that. The next question, you?
Yes, yes, yes. It's bendable. Yes, you adjust. You can, for the parallelism, you can bend it and you can prepare directly intraorally. No, 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 never. You will cement forever.
And once again, he's not a cowboy. He used Combium CT, and so he know the depths where the nerve is. And we do a lot of flaps also to see the dimensions of the alveolar ridge. It was the time where we do only OPG, the two-dimensional one, then we are sometimes a little bit surprised that we make a big flap and then we have a concavity in the alveolar ridge, and so we say, oh my God, there's no bone, there's only soft tissue. Yeah, he can rule it out. So the remaining feedback he needs is only that he have the access and oral vestibule access, that he is not going perforation lingually or vestibulary or palatally or vestibulary. Okay, so next question.
From a prosthetic point of view, I'm not sure I completely understand. So this is a cement retained restoration?
Cement retained, yes.
How do you achieve a convex contour, or are you able to, or is it a high water limit?
For the temporary prosthesis, you will just put the prosthesis. For the permanent one, you can, for example, manage these implants like the two-piece implants. If you have a knowledge about the soft tissue, you can put the temporary, for example, temporary crowns on each implant to make a very good and very nice emergence profile. And for the remaining reach is the same like what we made in the bridges and in the two-piece implants. There is no difference. It's the same. The only difference is how you manage the soft tissue. How you manage the soft tissue. It is not dependent on whether the implant is one piece, two piece, multi-piece. If you
Underside of the intaglio surface of the restoration, you're able to keep that cleansable?
yes, you can. If your lap can do a good restoration, there is no difference. The only difference is you cannot make a screw retained. It's cement retained.
Lady first, sorry.
I told you this is a retrospective study. We followed the cases for 3 to 6 months, but these data was already recorded. So the cases are from 2018. For example, one case from 2018 came to my clinic. I placed the implant. I have the OPG. Immediately after placement, after 3 to 6 months, I have the OPG. So and the recorded data about the failed implants. So we included this case. That doesn't mean that I did the studies only for 3 to 6 months. Do you understand me? These data was already recorded. We just retrieve it and we will make a study on this. But for me, as a clinician, for my cases, for example, that I did in 2018, 90 till now I am very happy and I have no problems. Of course I have problems, but comparing with the implant that I placed from 2010, now I can manage my failed two-piece implants very easily with this implant. If one of my cases, for example, all on 4 came to me, I just removed the implant and I put the one-piece implant and immediately loaded within 2 to 3 days.
Okay, last question, please. Yeah, it goes direct to the implant.
Yes. Very difficult. Okay, thank you for your nice questions. I think about this, but for example, about the direct welding and why I not use the metal. For example, we have titanium abutments, let we say covers for the one-piece implants. But one of the advantages of intraoral welding, you will lose if you use this, because you need to control the micromotion. If you put something on the implant, then you weld it, then you should use the temporary cement onto the implant. Within the temporary cement, there is micro movements, so you will lose the implants. But if you connect the implants directly, you have no micro movement.
And
So the advantage of the intraoral welding, if you use these caps, you will lose. You understand me?
okay. But this implant is not providing. This is the point. But last is the challenge for bending
Yes.
the wire. Then we close it because
Okay.
Jonas, can you prepare the?
Okay. Okay. For the bending, I think it's difficult, but I am an orthodontist. I have capability to. I have an MS in ortho also. This is one point. The other point is during welding, there is a tricks when you do not need to weld the wire exactly to fit the implant. During welding, you can do some movements for the wire. This is need experience and training course also.
Okay, thank you. You fight really nicely. Thank you again
Thank you very much.
for this lecture.
Yes, yes. I have this one. Oh, thank you. Oh, 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 oh.
All right. Yeah. Thank you, Safi. Yeah. Sure. Right side.
So Jonas, you ready to
Yeah.
go?
I'm good. I'm good.
Good,
I'm
good.
excited. I'm good. I'm excited.
So können wir starten oder?
Yeah, we can start, but can you help me with this one? It's not starting. It's not showing.
How many followers you have now?
100, 101. Let's check this out first. Maybe it's not connected to the internet. Yeah, it's not connected yet.
far away from plug and play. Sorry for that. It's coming. We are closed. Cool. No? Yes. Yes. Good, I think now it's oh, be
Good
careful.
thing. All right.
Okay, now again, the next student is also not coming from the MI. It's coming from the Master of Aesthetic Dentistry, and I think you guessed it already, because the title is Enhancing Facial Harmony, the Art of Aesthetic Dentistry. Oops. In Cosmetic Facial Transformation. I think this is not a topic typically is chosen by all implantologists, right? Not really. And Jonas Apostolos is having a long trip from Manila. He's staged in Philippines, and I think we have also give him a small applause, because I invite him, and I'm not sure that he followed the invitation, because unfortunately we can't pay the travel costs, because we're a government-based university, and this kind of format is not covered by anything. So thank you very much for coming. Yeah,
Of course, it's my pleasure.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you for inviting me,
Thank
Dr. Weigel.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
However, I think it is now clear. Unfortunately, again, Marcus is not here, because he's a little bit complaining that scientific-based dentistry is now replaced by the social media.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think we're good.
And I think he's a represent as a superstar for social media. He has about 150,000 followers. And so what he posts, a lot of people are reading and following. And so thank you. We are also learning from you a lot, because especially in the field of aesthetic dentistry, and we are a little bit ashamed because we get a tuition fee from the study, but we have to pay also you to see what he can do. And he's also helping us to promote our Master of Aesthetic Dentistry to his social media channel. But nevertheless, we are eager to hear now your perspective of this topic. Jonas, the stage is for you, and once again, thank you for coming here.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Weigel. Thank you for inviting me to be part of this Congress. I am happy to be here. I love seeing a lot of people. I hope I can satisfy you with my... All right. Okay. So I'll be talking about enhancing facial harmony, the art of aesthetic dentistry and cosmetic facial transformation. It's kind of sounded a little bit extra. I don't know. I'm a cosmetic dentist. We do this every single day. I'm a graduate of MED Batch 2, and I have a great experience. I had a great experience. I love seeing my friend here, Dr. Kuhn. He's actually my classmate during our 2-year stint as a student. And yeah, I will be talking about teeth in relation to the face. But first, I will introduce the brief background of me. I'm a graduate here in MED, and also I'm a member of American Academy of Cosmetic Dentistry for 8 years now, and I've been doing back and forth there. But the advantage that I had is the scientific studies coming from different professors provided by this university. And thank you for that, Dr. Weigel, for inviting a lot of distinguished professors to really learn from. Also, I had a biomimetic certification from Aleman, the US, and a lot more. So I am running a small class also there back home in the Philippines. We talk about aesthetic and restorative dentistry. Anything that I've learned for the past 15 years as a dentist, I'm just showing and helping the colleagues back home. And hopefully, if I'll be invited here again, I'm gonna be very ecstatic. All right. And also, we're trying to set the bar higher in the Philippines. Thank you for. I was actually featured it back home because I am the first one who has a master's degree in aesthetic dentistry from here, from in Europe or any country. So I am ecstatic to be, you know, recognized as that. Okay, in this day and age, saving teeth and having healthy periodontium is a priority. It is a priority, but aesthetics is highly appreciated and considered. It is kind of absurd to think because saving teeth, creating healthy periodontium is not easy. It's quite complex. It is difficult. In making it work, it should be functional, but sometimes it's neglected by the patient. Why? Because for some reasons, psychosocial health. We define it as the emotional health, the feeling. Okay? We have the social health, which is relating. That's why social media nowadays is very, very important. And whatever they see in their idols in the social media platform, they would want to have that kind of result. Why? It's relating. It's relatable. I want that because it's the same case as mine. Okay, we have the mental health or the thinking. They can stop thinking about it. Oh, I want that, like Kardashian smile or something. And the spiritual, which is the being. So a lot of things that we have to think about. Because we have different perceptions of beauty. For you, beauty is something natural. But for you, beauty is something that it should be enhanced. Something plumpy or something, whatever. For you, beauty is Snow White. For them, for us, for others, it's different. Perception of beauty is kind of thing that we have to think about as well. Definition of beauty can vary from cultural standards, art and aesthetics, fashion and personal grooming, media influence, nature, and historical content. Okay, so what is aesthetic dentistry? So when we talk about aesthetic dentistry, it is dedicated to enhancing visual appeal of the dentition, gingival tissues, and occlusal structures. We are talking about the health, the functionality, plus the beauty. We combine the three things. It's not just about the beauty, it's all about the health as well. As our Hippocratic oath, do no harm. So we have to abide from that. Okay, when you talk about aesthetic dental treatments, we are talking about teeth whitening. It's the least non-invasive. We can do it chairside. We can actually do it at home, bleaching. And also the most popular treatment for cosmetic or aesthetic procedure is dental veneers. We have glass ceramics. We have, now it's accepted, the zirconium oxide that can be bonded according to Professor Kern as what he has taught us during our master's program. But the usual material being used in aesthetic dentistry is lithium disilicate. And dental bonding. Dental bonding is like composite bonding, direct composite bonding. But we are not like looking directly on these types of treatment. We should include orthodontic treatment. So as a cosmetic dentist, we are looking at the holistic approach. If the patient requires orthodontic treatment, we will tell them that this is the best treatment for you. Okay, veneers is not the best for you. Why? Because we're gonna cut down sound structure, which is not good. So we need to make sure that they receive what's best for them. And it depends on the case. That's why we have to have diagnostic aids before we decide. Okay, for some, we do Le Fort. We refer it to an OMS to do it. Not us. It's not our forte. Our forte is the teeth. But when it comes to different specialization in dentistry, we have to consider other team, like the OMS team. Okay, for some dental implants, like you guys, missing teeth, we have to collaborate with implantologists. Because as a cosmetic dentist, we have an idea, but it doesn't mean that we have the skills. So it really depends on who's the best at doing a specific case. Psychosocial advantages. We are not actually treating the teeth. We are actually treating their insecurities, their traumas, childhood. Note that not all countries can produce or provide for their people. So sometimes dental problems is evident in different types of countries. Why? Because it's neglected. It's expensive to have dental treatments. So, integration of HFA. We call it HFA. It's health, function, and aesthetics. For me, it is very important to have that holistic treatment planning. That's why dentists must adopt a multifaceted treatment approach that harmonize health, function, and aesthetics. Comprehensive planning incorporates preventive care, function restoration, and cosmetic enhancement. This is actually one of the things that we had problems before, because during our master's program, it was taught that we have to be good in doing this, in doing the treatment planning, in doing diagnostics, for us to collaborate with others. So we talk about collaborative care. If there's problem with the teeth and it's non-vital and there's an infection, we have to collaborate with other specialists, endodontists, periodontists, surgeons, orthodontists. And the outcome assessment must be considered. The treatment success should be gauged not only on immediate outcomes, but also on sustained oral health, functional performance, and aesthetic satisfaction for long-term efficacy. We don't want to put something in there and it's not going to last. Quality of life. So the best thing that we should do is to diagnose it first. And then we can see that, oh, I have like few years to give you this beautiful smile, but I know and I believe that it can add value to you for the next 10 or 15 years. But who knows? That's why there are a lot of retrospective study to tell us if this is effective or what. But we have to have a certain parameters. Okay, parameters in enhancing facial harmony through dentistry. So as a dentist, I would focus, like, as a dentist, having no medical background, no medical degree, I would focus more on teeth. So we have a progressive concepts in smile design. We call it global, macro, micro, and pink aesthetics. So let's start with global aesthetics. Global aesthetics, not focusing on the teeth alone. We actually were trained to not just look at the teeth, when you see the patient, but you look at the face, the teeth in relation to the face, and that's the most important as a cosmetic dentist. When we talk about smile line, we are not looking at the teeth directly. We are looking at the lips, because the four incisors, or the incisor, upper incisors, should follow the curvature of the superior border of the lower lip. If let's say, for example, laterals, canines, are longer than the central, we call it reverse smile line. So there's a little bit of aesthetic problem there. That's why we are looking at the lips first. Okay, the incisal edge position, if you would ask me, this is our foundation in creating smile design. So why do we need, as a cosmetic dentist, why do we need to learn these things? Because we design the teeth, and the technician will copy my design. Incisal plane. When you talk about incisal plane, we are actually looking at the interpupillary plane, that it should be parallel. So we are not looking directly on the teeth. But also, if there's any disturbance, symmetry, we have a gauge. Incisal plane and the interpupillary plane. That's why when we get our Facebook registration, we put that position to the interpupillary, right? And that's one of the things to avoid asymmetry. Okay. The midline. When you check the midline, you don't actually check the teeth directly. You're actually checking the landmarks. What are the landmarks? Your forehead, your nose, philtrum, chin, a lot, not just the teeth. In the buccal corridor, if you are an orthodontist, they're crazy about this. They want to correct it. If there's problem with the buccal corridor, I would definitely ask my ortho to correct it, because it has something to do with the arch of the maxilla. So it has to be treated properly. So done with the global aesthetics. So this patient actually came to my clinic, and I don't see any problem at first. And that's the before. So when I checked it, I saw that, oh, you have a nice set of teeth. It's healthy. But she told me, I have a competition. I'm a beauty queen, a beauty pageant. And we need to look extra. So the definition of beauty right there is different. Because if you would ask me, I'm a dentist, oh, it looks nice. Why would I change it? But she insisted, but doc, I have a competition. And I'm different. And they're different. They look good. They need to look good. And yeah. And so we did almost no prep case. I think I did a 0.3 knife edge preparation for this, and I gave her a lithium disilicate porcelain veneers on her case. Why? The problem here is the embrasure. The embrasure, it's kind of wide on the central, and when we look at things, we look at not just the teeth, but also some principles. The embrasure is number one. And that's her. Yeah. Okay. Talking about smile line. So we have certain parameters here. Smile line following the curvature of the lower lip. Lip line, we're talking about the inferior border of the upper lip. Let's say, for example, there is no show whenever the patient smiles. We call it low lip line. If there is a show of about 2 millimeter from the zenith to this inferior border of the upper lip, that's normal. If it's beyond, like about 3 to 4 millimeter, and that's high lip line. and it's the most difficult to treat high lip line because you can see all problems there. Let's say, for example, there's discoloration, and when you try to fix that, you can see the gums, and it's hard to conceive, especially if the patient has a thin phenotype, which I believe in Asia there's a 75% chance that we have a thin phenotype as compared to different race. And that's hard to treat. Easiest one is the low lip line. Okay, so we have a guidelines for assessing maxillary central incisors. When you talk about the length of the centrals, we should consider 10 to 12 millimeter. Phonetic testing. Of course, the patient should be able to talk clearly, and it should be an advantage to the patient. And we have some there. If it's too long, you can gauge it if there's like a dimpling or lower lip impingement. So I only have 30 minutes. I need to go move fast. The incisal edge position, this is the cornerstone. This is actually the foundation for smile design, as what I've mentioned. And the midline, it is better to have a 2 millimeter deviation than canted. That's why eggshell inclination is very important for us to check as well. Okay, let's proceed to macrosthetics. Macrosthetics, it has 6 types. So here we are looking at the teeth. We're looking at the teeth because we're done with the global. So we look at the face to the teeth now. And when you talk about embouchures, what I have mentioned, the first patient that came to me, it was actually an embouchure problem. And a little bit of volume and a little bit of color, and she wants to have it brighter, a bit bigger. Okay. Number 2, principles of proportion and central dominance. We actually set the central dominance first. Why? It is the most important. Before you check, before you check on the laterals and the canines, you have to set the centrals properly. Especially when the patient is at rest, the lips should be repose position, or the lips at rest. We should gauge the height of the central incisors, which is 1 to 2 millimeter for men, 2 to 4 millimeter for women. And unfortunately, as we age, the muscle lose some tonicity, muscle tonicity, muscle tone. So, at age 40, it starts to lengthen by about 1 millimeter, according to Global Diagnosis by Williams. And it should start at 40, and on 50, another 1 millimeter. That's why when you grow older, the teeth look smaller. Not just on the wear, but also on the muscle and the lips. Yeah. Yeah. Lips at rest. At rest. Repose position. So we gauge it if 1 to 2 millimeters good or not, or we have to gauge things like the gums as well, if the patient has a vertical maxillary excess. So a lot of things, but these are just one of the things that we look at, the central dominance. That's why when we do our cases, we look at the central dominance first, and then followed by the principles of proportion. If you're familiar with 50, 40, 30 rule, we expect that, and it's very, very important for us to create something that should be in harmony with the face and the lower lip. Of course, labial anatomy, if you're familiar with the gingival, the middle, and the incisal, these are important. And the most important for implantologists is the emergence profile, the interface of the crown and the gums. That's why preparation is very important for us. Fit is very important. We consider it holy. It should be like that. Symmetry and axial inclination, as what I have mentioned, if you miss with where is the axis or the axial inclination, you don't know where zenith is, it's going to be a problem with your design. Okay, done with macro. Global macro. Okay, embrasure. That's what embrasure is. It has two types. And the microaesthetic, shade selection. As what I've mentioned, it's always case to case. The patient, my patient, some of my patient wants natural looking, but some, they want to have that whitest. I want the whitest doc. I want the whitest one, like a chalk or something. I would argue to them. But when I realize the importance of psychosocial thing, sometimes we do a bit of compromise. I'm not going to compromise the health and the functionality, but with the color, it depends. It's not about me. She's going to be the one who will wear it, especially for beauty queens. So the thing is, I judged a Miss Universe competition, and they all have bigger, brighter, fuller smile, and that's a bit. If you're a normal individual, it's kind of hard for you to accept that. But you know, there's a certain type of design that it's for them. Job, work. Okay, margin placement, surface, luster. These are important things to consider, and incisal translucency. We're talking about, characterizations. Okay, so this one, she's a model and an actor in our country. So she went to my clinic, and she has this very peculiar case, because if this case would come to my clinic, I would rather straight orthodontic treatment because of the malalignment, malocclusion. But no. Okay. And she's that person. She has like a bunch of followers. Okay. So this is the case, and that case has malocclusion. So I talked to the patient that the advantages and disadvantages of the treatment. I told her that if you go for orthodontic treatment, we don't need to scrape your teeth. We don't need to do a bit of preparation. But according to her, it's kind of difficult. It would be difficult for her because she's an actor and she has a lot of work. And braces is not an option. So we worked with her case, and I did design. I did the composite design first for me to gauge. Composite, it means directly on the patient's face, on the patient's teeth, to gauge if how much tooth structure should I remove. And the only problem here is the tooth number, the upper left central incisor. I need to cut a little bit there, but not too much, not to the point of killing the tooth. I am not a fan of killing, devitalizing tooth in pursuit of beauty. No, because I believe that health is equals to beauty. If it's dead, it's nothing. It will discolor. As a biomimetic dentist, we pursue health. We save tooth, so we don't kill. So this one, I added volume on the lateral of the upper left lateral and reduced the volume of the central, just to meet and create some illusion that it looks straighter. Okay. Okay, this one, for me, this is one of the most difficult cases as well. intended for orthodontic treatment. Why? He looks normal, but he's very famous in our country. He has like a 12 million subscribers in YouTube, and he's pretty famous. He's been my patient for 4 years, and we actually decided to do orthodontic at first, but the patient declined it. He doesn't like the idea. He doesn't like the idea because of his work. And recently, he wanted it done because he wants to change his. He wanted to change how he presents himself. So he wants a bit straighter teeth, a bit whiter, but he can't afford to have a 2-year orthodontic treatment, even with the aligner. He doesn't like that. So we did the case, and he's happy up until now, and I'm happy for him. Okay, another case here is the violation of the smile line. As you can see, the before here, centrals are shorter than the canine. It's asymmetrical, okay, asymmetrical, and it violated the principles of proportion and the golden proportion, the 1.6, 1.6. So now we have corrected that. Good, thank you. All right. So for this one, also we have created. So in my practice, we do a lot of preparation. We do a lot of smile designing. And we don't go straight to prepping the teeth. And we need to make sure that we have a design. I have my own lab. I have 6 technicians, but I don't give them the decision for my cases because I want to make sure that I see it first before they will create it. Okay, one of the reasons why I consider doing with the title that I have right now, it's because of this patient. This one, it took me 2 years to prepare. 2 years to prepare. It's hard at first. I called up my team of periodontists, team of implantologists, oral surgeon, and orthodontics. We have checked all the possibilities. As what Dr. Weigel have mentioned before, we need to be the captain of the ship. But it doesn't mean that we need to do everything. We need to know how to delegate to certain people. And that's the beauty of what we're doing now. So here, we have considered all the possibilities, and I've contacted also a non-dentist, a plastic surgeon to collaborate with us. So it's beyond me. It's beyond my team. So first, we explore the possibility of orthodontics, which the patient's actually not based in my country. She's a Filipino, but she's not based in my country. So she has like few months, and then another year out, and then another. So we have limited time as well for this one. So what we did here is, of course, we removed that. We extracted the 2 front teeth. I increased the vertical dimension. I gave her a temporary for like a year with PMMA. We collaborated with the plastics. She did rhino. Look at the before and look at the after. And she requested, Doc, I want the brighter teeth. I want the whiter teeth. I want to have that comeback. I want to look good. So at first with the temporary, I gave her like shade A2. It looks good with a temporary, but after a year, she came back. Doc, can we do whiter shade? So, okay. But we will not compromise the teeth. Here, we implemented all parameters, the global, the smile line, the midline, everything. 50, 40, 30 rule. Principles, golden proportion, all the principles in here, except for the color. I did not decide. But she's happy, I'm happy. And I cannot show the whole face, of course, although she signed, but a consent. But I think this one, for me, is one of the most peculiar cases, and I'm satisfied with this case. So I think I'm done with my presentation. This is my social media account. Yeah, we do have some following. We do have TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, and Instagram. And this is my clinic in the Philippines. If you can visit, it's open. Just let us know. My wife, she's the one handling the social media, so she would tell me. So thank you very much.
Yeah, we thank you. Thank you.
Any questions? Yeah.
Thank you. So please, whereas you have to build up your computer. Yeah, thank you very much for your insights. Unfortunately, we are a little bit completely running out of the time, so we have to skip the break. Sorry for that. You can go out and take something in, some coffee or whatever, because our main keynote speaker want to have the full range. Definitely. Before that, Yusuf, please set up your computer, that we come a little bit again in time. And now we make the photo with Jonas. Okay. Yes, thank you. The only thing point is, do you not have sometimes a little bit nervous if you make an actor with millions of followers? If you do something wrong, you're finished. If you do something wrong, you're finished. Yeah, that means that you are sometimes really in stress that everything goes right. Because if we have a patient that's not perfectly working, we don't talk about it. But with so many followers, you'll be in a big stress, right?
Screen, okay.
Yeah, this is the other side of the word. Okay, now we hurry up. Yeah, the hydrogen contrast protocol. He's working on this for many years, and thank you also. He's coming extra from Canada. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Also for free. That means he got another support. And Yusuf, Mohammed Yusuf is very engaged clinician, and also gets some fever for research. And he gets more and more insight, and we discuss about that. And I think he will go in this kind of career also, not only placing implants or treating patients, also do some research. So start and make it a little bit more comprehensive, because we are a little bit out of the time, but doesn't matter. take your time, and yeah, you can go for your coffee and for your snacks. Perhaps you can bring something in, yeah, because we cannot do the break anymore, right?
Hello, everyone. I would like to start by saying that it's such an honor for me to be here today. So I would like to start by thanking Paul for always pushing us to have an inquisitive mind and not only settle for being good clinicians. I would also like to thank my amazing tutor, Mike Gillis, who's present here today. Thank you very much for his support. And the topic that I'm going to be discussing today, it's one that I'm very passionate about. It's a technique that I developed, or you can call it a technique modification because the hydraulic sinus lift existed before. I called it the hydraulic contrast lift protocol. So let's dive in. I hope that by the end of this presentation, some of you would agree with this statement here. It might be an overstatement, I'm biased, obviously, but I hope that this technique one day might be considered the future of conservative sinus lifting. So to many of you who are probably already practicing closed sinus lifting or internal sinus lifting, what to you is the biggest drawback? What is the biggest problem with this technique? Exactly. Thank you very much. So this is the main issue, and that's why it has been described in literature as a blind technique. So, you know, you rely on tactile sensation or other subjective signs like the nose blow test or the Valsalva maneuver, which can vary with you know, the clinician's experience. So to explain how I got the idea, I have to tell you a story first. So I was in my practice, and I'm doing a closed sinus lift on one of our patients. I placed the bone graft, I placed the implant, everything seemed to be going very well. And then I take the post-operative x-ray to check if everything looks fine, and it doesn't seem fine. In my eyes, something seemed wrong. So I went back to the patient and I asked her, would you allow me to open a lateral window just to check if everything, or if the membrane is intact, it's not perforated. And you know, I had this reflex because it wasn't the first time that I see on the x-ray that things don't look exactly as I hope that they would with this technique. So the patient was very nice. She told me, do whatever you think is necessary. And I spent the next hour opening the lateral window just to check, and only to find out that the membrane was actually intact. There was no perforation. So, you know, I used this opportunity to add more bone graft to make it look nicer on the x-ray. But still, I couldn't prevent myself from thinking I gave the patient more pain, more swelling. All that could have been avoided if there was a way to verify if the membrane is intact prior to applying the bone graft, prior to placing my implant. And then I remembered, this is me, this is earlier this year, I had just had a lithotripsy because I have history of kidney stones. So I remembered the first time that I had the kidney stone, I think I was maybe in second year of dental school, and I remember them injecting me with a substance, and lo and behold, I can see my ureters on a plain x-ray. So it came back to me at that moment, and I thought, why can't we use this? Why aren't we using this in dentistry on a regular basis? So I called a friend of mine who is a medical radiologist to ask him about the possible options, and he told me all about the substances that they use for in their field, and I ended up choosing one of the one of those substances. So to test my idea, I had to test it on sheep heads. So I'm going to jump right in and show you how it looks like when we have a lifted sinus membrane. So you can see clearly the floor of the sinus floor right there, and you can see the convexity. So the idea is the fluid is contained and it's radio opaque, and however you move the sheep head, if you tilt it back or tilt it forward, the fluid stays the same. There's no movement. As you can see that the dome-shaped elevation, it's very clear. I hope that it's clear to you. So this is the tracing of the elevation. Whereas if we have a perforation, so I create an artificial perforation in the sinus membrane, and basically the fluid is free to move wherever you move the head. Oh, sorry. So you can see the arrows. The arrows are pointing to, on the left side, the head is tilted back, so the fluid moves back. It's free to move within the sinus. And then on the right side, the head is tilted forward, so the fluid moves forward, right there. And now we can see. We can see how the membrane behaves when it's intact and how the fluid moves when the membrane is perforated, because all the fluid now is within the sinus cavity. So this was the study question, whether with the help of this hydraulic contrast lift protocol, whether we're able to identify accurately and reliably an intact lifted membrane or perforated membrane intraoperatively prior to applying the bone graft, and only relying on periapical radiographs. So the null hypothesis would be a no to that question, and the hypothesis is a yes to that question. So this is just the, so to be able to perform that, I had to design an apparatus that I used on the sheep head for the experiment, and I also now I'm using on my own patients, whoever agrees to me doing this procedure, of course. So I applied for a patent, but these things, they take years. I applied maybe in 2022. It's in process, so patent pending, but hopefully soon we'll be able to get it, and maybe if some of you are interested, they would be able to use it one day. So this is the study design. It was a split mouth design. I'm probably going to explain it better on the next slide. So we had 10 sheep heads. We randomized the control and the test side. So basically I had to raise a full thickness mucoperiosteal flap. I did 2 osteotomies, 1 on each side, and I had to verify that the membrane is intact first, because if it's not intact, I can't start with the lift. So it has to be intact, or else the sheep head is excluded. So the membrane is intact. This is the contrast medium that I used, Omnipaque 240. This is the working end from the apparatus that I just mentioned. So I use it to inject 0.5 milliliter of contrast medium on the test side and 0.5 milliliter of saline on the control side. This is a plug, so I have to remove that. It has a metallic stent. It would show on the x-rays. I didn't want this to interfere with the interpretations from the examiners. So I remove it. I place a conical plug that seals the osteotomy completely, and then I take a periapical x-ray. So now we have 2 x-rays, one for the control side, one for the test side, one with saline and the other with the contrast medium. And then I go back, remove the conical plug, suction all the fluids out, and create an artificial perforation. Inject 0.5 milliliter on each side from the same substances again, place the plug, take 2 more x-ray, 1 for each side. So we end up with 40 x-rays, and those x-rays are going to be submitted to 10 examiners who are dentists with differing degrees of experience. Not all of them do surgeries. One of them is a maxillofacial radiologist. The other ones, some of them do surgeries, some don't. So just to have different degrees of familiarities to see if that technique can be recognized also by general dentists who are not really experienced in that field. So this is the questionnaire that we supplied them with. So basically, we're asking them to choose one of 3 possible diagnoses. The first, they see a lifted, intact membrane. The second, they see a perforated membrane, or they see nothing. They see normal radiographic anatomy. I obviously had to give them some examples of the normal radiographic anatomy of the sheep that I had to learn, of course. And the second thing that we asked them is to rate how confident they were in their answers. So, I see a sinus lift, but I'm not quite sure. I'll give it a 3 or a 2. So that the lowest rating was 1, the highest rating was 5. And these are x-rays from one of the study subjects, one of our sheep. So the first row, these are not included. These are just the preoperative x-rays. This is the normal radiographic anatomy. And the middle row, this is the lifted sinus with saline. And this is the lifted sinus membrane with contrast medium. And again, it's very similar to the first x-ray that I showed. You can trace the convexity very clearly. You can see that the fluid is contained. You can see some air bubbles. And this is the radiolucency from the plug that I used. And then the bottom row, you can see this is the perforated membrane with saline. There might be a slight difference, but I don't think it's enough to be able to diagnose it. Some of them got it right even with saline, but mostly not. So, and this is how it looks like when the membrane is perforated with the sinus medium, with the contrast medium, sorry. So you can see that the fluid is free to move, it's following the anterior wall of the sinus, it's following the floor, it's not contained anymore. So these are the results. So for the successful detection of sinus membrane elevation with the contrast medium, it was 99%. 99%. And with the saline, it was only 28%. As for the successful detection of sinus membrane perforation with the contrast medium, it was 98%, and with saline, it was only 20% of the cases. As for the confidence, the mean confidence ratings for the two control groups, it was way below, significantly below the confidence, regardless of whether or not they got the answers right. Still, on each of their confidence ratings, they gave much higher confidence ratings when looking at X-rays with contrast medium as compared to X-rays without the contrast medium. So to test if this technique, so basically we're not trying to evaluate if this technique causes more perforations or less perforations. We're testing it as a diagnostic tool, right? This is a problem that I ran into when doing the literature review, is that all the published data is about testing techniques for whether or not they cause perforations. But this one, we're testing this technique for its diagnostic ability, not for whether or not it causes perforations. So that's why we had to create similar amount or similar numbers of successful sinus lift and perforations. So to test the reliability of this diagnostic method, we had to do the inter-rater agreement. And the closer it is to 1, the highest the agreement is. The further it is from 1, the lower the agreement. So we had 0.98 for the sinus lift and 0.96 agreement, almost perfect agreement for the detection of the sinus perforation, and both were highly statistically significant. And to test whether or not this is a valid method, we had to do the to compare the raters' diagnoses compared to the gold standard, which is the true diagnosis that I know clinically from doing the procedure myself. I know each rater graph belongs to which group. So again, it was almost perfect agreement, 0.98 and 0.96, and both were very highly statistically significant. This, so we ran the receiver operating characteristic analysis, and this is to test whether or not a diagnostic tool is both sensitive and specific. So the higher the area under the curve, the bigger the area under the curve, the more sensitive and specific it is. And this here is the reference line. So this represents the null hypothesis. So for the contrast lift protocol, the area under the curve was 0.99. So means that it's very highly sensitive and specific, excludes false positives and false negatives. And for the saline group, it was 0.53, so no difference from the null hypothesis from the reference line. I'm not going to bore you. There are more statistical analyses in the paper, but you can scan the QR code. It's open access at BDG Open, and then you can download the paper. So now you're probably it's not. Okay, here it is. So you're probably wondering about the applications of this concept. So I think we have two possible scenarios here. When we're doing a sinus lift, it's either a single missing posterior tooth, or we have multiple missing posterior teeth, so a longer span for the sinus lift. So in the first scenario, this is the apparatus that I'm suggesting, and in the first scenario, we have this working end here. It has a metallic injection stent on the inside, so that when this working end is shoved into the osteotomy, the lumen stays patent, and the fluid can flow from the injector all the way into the sinus cavity. And the outside portion is made out of an elastically deformable medical grade silicone. So this it achieves three things. It makes the working end stable in there. It's self-retained, so I just push it in there and it stays in there. I don't have to hold it throughout the procedure. It ensures that the fluid doesn't leak out of the osteotomy, and it ensures that all the pressure coming from the syringe is directed to the sinus membrane, so it's hydraulically lifted. And then for a longer span, what we can do is we start with one osteotomy the same way we did this one, and then we place the plug so that when we inject for the next osteotomy, the fluid doesn't escape and we can keep the pressure, and then we go on, make another osteotomy, inject, place the plug, and so on until the whole area is hydraulically lifted, or the membrane is dissected, and then the bone graft can be applied. As long as we can see the convexity, we can see the containment. I think for that, for such a case, might be easier to take a pan or a CBCT to check, but I think even on a PA, it's possible to detect it. So this is the prototype. It was the simplest form from my original design that I could come up with just to be able to use it on my patients and on the sheep as well. This is the monoject that we use in root canal treatment. This is the assembled, and this is one of my patients. So again, on that picture, you can see that it's completely sealing the osteotomy. There's no leakage. The metallic stent is keeping the way patent for the contrast medium to flow inside, and but it's big. Sometimes it can interfere with the insertion of the X-ray sensor. So in that case, I just ask the patient to stop breathing for 5 seconds. I remove that and place the plug. It does the same job, but it's easier. So I have more space for to place my X-ray sensor. This is the overall view. As you can see, I'm not holding it. Minor flap elevation, not too big. It can be done flapless, but in that case, I was doing the roll flap to thicken the gingiva, so I had to raise a flap. So basically, it's holding on its own. No need to hold it, and this is the overall view. So I'm going to share some of the X-rays for cases that I have done. I have their consent both to use this technique, to use the contrast medium, and to share the cases as well. I still haven't published, but hopefully soon. This is the first case. You can see the tracing of the sinus floor. This was very interesting to see. So sometimes when doing these cases, this was the first time to see this for me, because I'm trying to inject. There's so much pressure, but in my mind, I already arrived to the predetermined length where I should have perforated the bony floor of the sinus, but I'm not sure. It doesn't feel like it's perforated. So this X-ray, it kind of confirmed it. You can see the contrast medium stops exactly at the floor. So I went back, I drilled maybe 1 millimeter deeper, and now you can see, again, the convexity, very clear. But not only the convexity, you can see, in that case, I hadn't developed the plug yet, so you can see some leakage there of the contrast medium. So you can see the tracing of the contrast medium inside the sinus membrane, and you can see the sinus membrane itself for the first time. So again, this is the contrast medium, and this is the membrane. Now, I placed the bone graft and the implant, and this is the tracing, and this is 2 years later. It has been 2 years in function, very stable bone level. Next case. This patient was on Prolia. I was trying to be as conservative as possible. I gave her this option. She said she thinks it's a good idea, so we went with it. This is the tracing. This is the first injection. You can see the convexity, very clear. I added a little bit more, so maybe I added a 0.5 milliliter more. And again, if you wait a little bit of time, I think what happens is that the sinus membrane starts to absorb the contrast medium, so it starts to glow. So again, the tracing for the fluid and the tracing for the sinus membrane. And you can see there's no leakage anymore. This is the first time I had used the plug. There's no leakage anymore. Again, place the bone graft and place the implant. This was submerged healing. I didn't want to take any risks. The tracing, and again, 2 years in function, no issues whatsoever, very stable bone level. Another case, this case the bone was extremely thin. It was a longer span, but she had enough teeth in the opposing arch just to place one implant, so that's what we ended up doing. But since there was not enough bone, I chose to do a staged procedure where I do the sinus lift first, and then the implant placement, and then the loading of the crown. So I think you can see clearly the convexity here, even though This patient was a bleeder, so I think this is just the collection of blood, and this is the contrast medium. Again, you can see, I hope you can see the convexity here. So I applied the bone graft. This is 6 months after I had just placed the implant, and this is the tracing. And just in case it wasn't clear, this is the CBCT scan, so you can see there's not at all enough bone to be able to have primary stability there. And this is, I'm not sure how to move this. Oh, okay, good. So this is 6 months later, right before placing my implant, and you can see we have more than enough bone. This is the tracing, and this is 5 months after loading the implant with the crown. And Dr. Weigel is probably thinking this implant is too long. We didn't need to place such a long implant, right? I did that for the next case. So this case is interesting. So you can see the floor is not even, which makes it a more difficult case. This is the tracing, depth indicating gauge. Okay, so here again, some air bubbles. You can see the floor. It resembles exactly what we see on the preoperative CT scan. You can see the curvature for the fluid, and you can see the membrane. It's glowing here. It's very clear. But what's interesting to me is that, and many of you who are doing open sinus lift, they know that there are areas where you can have adhesions, especially around the molars, and these are the areas where you get most perforations. So what's interesting to me in that technique is that it can show you how the membrane behaves. It can show you the areas where there are adhesions, and then you can adapt yourself to that scenario. So here, the membrane is not going to lift, at least not hydraulically. The only way to be able to do it would be to, open a lateral window and then try to dissect it. And maybe you're lucky, maybe not. Maybe you will have a perforation. So obviously, in that case, I had to adapt myself to what I see here. So this is the tracing for the membrane and the tracing for the fluid. And I placed a shorter implant. This was an 8mm implant. And you can see it's well below the sinus membrane. This is the tracing on the panoramic X-ray. And this is immediately post-op. And this is 1 year after the loading with the crown. And it's still not protruding in the sinus. It's still covered by the bone graft. Stable. Case number 5. Kind of similar to the previous case. So again, this is the tracing for the sinus floor. And it refused to lift on the anterior aspect more mesially. Okay? But you can see clearly the convexity here, and you can see the membrane as well. So in that case, I kind of tried to push my bone graft a little bit more anteriorly just to have enough to cover my implant, the apex of the implant. This is the tracing, and this is immediately post-op, and you can see clearly that the sinus membrane covers the implant apex, right? Is it clear? Okay. Final case. So again, the tracing on the PA is not very clear, but I think on the CBCT you can see the need for a sinus lift there. This is the first injection. I think I injected 1 milliliter there. You can see the injection stent, the metallic stent. This is the tracing. I added 1 more ml, and you can see a better convexity, just to be sure that the membrane is intact. You can see the convexity. You can see faintly the sinus membrane as well. And this is after placing the implant in the bone graft. And this is the control X-ray, panoramic X-ray. And again, you can see very clearly the convexity there. So some final takeaways. This is one of the most common procedures, sinus lift in general. In dentistry, it's one of the most common reconstructive procedures. This protocol transforms a minimally invasive technique into a more reliable and more predictable, but also more visible technique. It can confirm sinus lift or detect sinus perforation, but more importantly to me, it shows how the membrane behaves, right? This is more important. It can predict the shape of the eventual sinus lift even before you place your bone graft. One thing that I love about it is that all the patients that I had used this technique with, they come back after 2 weeks. They say we had no pain. It's as if we haven't been operated. So it's that much of a difference from a lateral window, and most of you know how the patients come back with the swelling after the lateral window technique. And last point is that the whole industry, the medical, dental industry, we're all heading towards minimally invasive procedures, and this technique can become the new standard of care, because if you want to do more conservative without the disadvantage of not seeing what you're doing, I think this is a very good idea. It's like endodontics. Why, surgical endodontics, you can see what you're doing, you can see the apex directly. Why isn't the standard of care? Because it's normal for endodontists to be more conservative. Whereas we're doing surgery, we're not thinking as conservatively, but I think it's all heading this way nowadays. So thank you very much for your attention. And I know we don't have time, but thank you. Thank you. Do I have time for some to answer some questions?
Of course. Thank you very much
Thank
for
you.
this impressive lecture. And
Thank you. Thank you.
the point is, he has a strong way to publish, because it's a new and always the reflexes that is new and so on. And because you have so many passion
I do.
and so many
I think it shows.
motivation, I'm sure that this treatment concept with this contrast lifting is, I think a part in the future.
I hope
because
so.
you will bring it to the success.
I hope so.
Yeah, really good, really good.
Thank
so
you
now
very much.
then, questions.
Yes.
Martin, can you apply the computer meanwhile? No, we have a discussion, no
Yes.
problem.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much for this question. To be honest, I don't have an answer to this question. So what I do is that I start by injecting 1 to 2 milliliters, and then in most cases, I never had a perforation, by the way, using this technique. Never. But I didn't do enough cases to be able to say with certainty that perforations will not occur. So basically, this is a question that should be directed to anyone practicing hydraulic sinus lift, right? Because my modification is based on the hydraulic sinus lift. The difference is people who are using this technique blindly, they don't know if the perforation happened or not. This is just a way to check if the perforation happened. But in my experience, injecting up to 2 milliliters is very safe. I never had. It depends on the shape of the lift, right? So if it's a wider lift, you get a lower height. And if it's if there's like some of the cases that you saw, there's an adhesion somewhere, and then it lifts much higher because there's less resistance in the vertical dimension on the anterior wall, right? So I can't really say how much lift. In some cases, it doesn't want to lift exactly above my osteotomy. It wants to lift either mesial or distal. So I can't control it, but what I like about it is that it shows me how the membrane is going to lift, the shape of the lift, prior to applying my implant. So if the lift is not enough, I use a shorter implant. If it looks enough or it's centered on top of the osteotomy, then I can use a bit of a longer implant. And what's the second question? Honestly, I have been practicing closed sinus lifting with osteotomes and with this hydraulic technique before switching to that technique, and I never had any issues with infection. I mean, I just asked the patient to rinse with. Oh no! Everything is sterilized, of course. So it's a disposable. This is a disposable syringe, and all the parts are sterilized, of course. But there's no drapes, you know what I mean? No, I never had any issues. And I asked the patient to rinse with an antimicrobial mouth rinse before, like we do, and I give them the preoperative dose of amoxicillin. Yeah.
So
thank you.
One
Yes.
question.
Oh, I'm using the Hyosin drills. But I think there are many drills that are supposed to have like a safe end that are designed not to perforate the membrane. I've had great success with these drills, but I don't believe that. I believe that if you drill to the predetermined length, I always take a CBCT, of course, and I know exactly where I have to stop. But I believe if you drill to the predetermined depth with any kind of drill, eventually, if you get the height right, the membrane is going to be intact. So the idea is it going to get perforated when you're lifting it? The hydraulic technique is safer when it's lifting because it applies like a smooth pressure. But with this technique, the idea is you can detect the perforation.
Yeah, he has passion.
Exactly. That's another advantage. So I injected, say, 1 milliliters or 2 milliliters. With the bone graft, I apply a little bit less because I know that the bone graft can take more space, can take up more space because they're not as compact. But I try to gauge it.
The last question, and please try to answer short.
Yes. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Not seeing, yes. Because now you... I'm sorry? By the overall approach. When you take an X-ray, you can see how the membrane is behaving. What do you mean? Can you do it? Can you do it with? So if you're using the hydraulic technique or the osteotome technique before applying the bone graft, can you see if the membrane is intact or not before applying the bone graft, not after? Before. This is what's happening here. Why is it important?
No problem. We are in a discussion. But it works.
Do you have a way? Do you have a way right now, other than that, to be able to tell how the sinus lift is going to look like before applying the bone graft, not after? Is there any way that exists right now, apart from this, that gives you the shape of the sinus membrane after applying the bone graft? You know, before applying the bone graft, how the lift is going to look like. Is there any other way to do this? Do you have a way to do this right now?
Okay, so I think we should continue in the afternoon, in the night, because we are you be at 9 o'clock in the party.
Not sure. I have to travel very early tomorrow, but maybe in the break.
One cocktail.
Maybe in the break.
One cocktail is no problem. Go directly in the airplane. I have experience on that. It's not very bad.
Thank you very much for your attention. I really
Thank you very
appreciate it.
much.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Once again, we continue directly with our next speaker. No. Yeah, no, we don't have a break. Yeah, but in 1 minute we start. Ja, wir machen noch ein Foto.
This is making a horrible noise. It's your con.
So, yeah, now we come to the highlight.
What makes the problem?
This is the keynote speaker.
No, this has worked fine
Sorry?
before. But what is it you want me to do? Okay. The HDMI, but it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Tell you what. Yeah, I need it, but it, yeah.
You have to connect this computer with some of this.
Can I? Is there any other place I can go into there? No.
So you need
I need sound. I'd like it. Yes, please. Yeah.
let me bring my other.
Okay. Thank you. No problem. No problem. I think I think this cable here is not so good. Oh, there's this other one. How about this one here? There's this one. There's another one. What's this one?
The same.
It's a different one. Should we? Should we try it in case it's the cable? Yeah. something like that.
Yeah, you can try it. Maybe it will not work. This will not work.
Perfect.
Because we have to select this.
Okay.
No, it will not work.
Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. Did we give? Let me give this sequel bit. So you think my adapter is the problem? Okay. All right. Let's try with this one.
No.
Yeah. No. Okay. No. It doesn't show it. That this will play through the speed. No, no, no. This now will play.
Ish. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
okay. Then, but can we not try through this one? What does this one do?
Let me check.
What does?
Yeah.
Turn that down. For 2 minutes. Come on. I don't think it's going to work that way.
No.
Okay. All right. So I have two choices. What happens if I plug with this one?
Yeah.
What's this one here?
This one is connected
To what?
to HDMI.
This one here is connected. So
Can you plug it in?
yeah. Okay. All right. I'll do that. Let's get this one out. Fine. Okay. Let's put this out. Okay.
I used this today.
It's my computer then. It's my computer. Let's just say it's my computer. All right. We are where we are. That's fine. We'll plug that in. I'll take this to there. Okay. Let's get going because everyone. Oh, we're on time. Okay. Let's just do this. No problem. Let's do. I understand. This is why I'm not giving him a hard time. He can't. Okay. There we go.
insights
Mm.
in the treatment of cases till to the future, what is now coming up,
Mm.
and also for your recommendations and for your sharing and for your time that you also even answer some questions if coming afterwards.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So is any more questions, because you already squeeze him during the I'm very proud that we have now the 15th anniversary of this MOI, and also 5 years for the MED and MDT, and we see also the Master of Aesthetic Dentistry is still growing with a lot of topics which are more and more interesting, and I think there's a melting between implantology and aesthetic dentistry, and he made it perfectly that you come from both parts. Thank you very much. And so I wish you a nice evening, and I hope most of you I can see at 9 o'clock or later. Thank you very much.